Hello everyone, Jack here from Jack's Normal Channel. I want to say something, which, first of all, me and the Angry Birds Twitter community have made something special here for you, for your experience. Now, what's funny is that, of course, I was trying to find an iceberg, like, everything was taken. Well, except this one, which is the Angry Birds iceberg. I think there's one video in Spanish explaining it. But as you've seen, all of the resources are compiled by me and have been made by the community, and yeah. So if you don't know what an iceberg is, it goes from the top to bottom. Similar to how this is like, hey, this is the tip of the iceberg, you don't know what's under it, you know? Which, believe me, the iceberg is a lot of ice. So, yeah. So the top is the most known, while the bottom is the most unknown, as I would say. Now, of course, it's supposed to get deeper and darker, but of course, I just wanted a pleasant experience for all. And this is a pretty weird idea. I would like to thank everyone who has participated in this. I will credit them down in the, not the description, but at the end. All their Twitters will be, I guess I should say. And, thank you. So before we start this long trip, I would just like to say for everyone, I've really worked hard on this, so if you love it, or like it in the slightest amount, just press like. It doesn't hurt, first of all, it's not painful, and yeah. Maybe subscribe while you're at it, who knows? Who knows what you can get? Alright, let's go. Oh yeah, I forgot. Thank Mishkaz for making the Mario 64 iceberg, which inspired me to make this iceberg. Thank you so much, Mishkaz. You're a really great man. Angry Birds Classic is, of course, the original Angry Birds game. I think this was renamed only for mobile because, you know, they're aiming at the mobile market. So, this had a multitude of levels. I mean, it's amazing how many levels they made. You just fling birds. That's simply it. Especially when the first episode is, hey, you know, pigs steal your eggs. That's it. I don't know what to explain about this. It's just a classic Angry Birds. Next up is Angry Birds Tunes, and this might be another common one. That's why I put it on the top. It was a show which lasted for 3 seasons for 3 years. 2013 to 2016. Let's talk about it. I think they started off with, well, early designs for the Toons characters, which, yeah, I'm gonna be serious here, really looked interesting, especially, Helmet Pig and, King Pig, which had, like, very early designs. Like, they were more based off of the classic games instead of their modernized versions, which I think makes it unique, but that only lasted for the first few episodes. After that, yeah. I think these shorts would usually last like 3 to 5 minutes, if I'm not wrong, and they would have a really simplistic plot. And, of course, this originally aired on Toons TV, which was an app, which I'll mention later on. But, yeah. That's the most simple way to explain it. But, how do I even explain it even more? It aired on multiple stations before, including Cartoon Network in Finland. It's quite interesting with its history. I mean, they have, like, it's pretty much for sale on DVD, Blu-ray, Apple TV, Google Play. You know, whatever has a store, it's on there. And that's the most simplistic way of explaining. Alright? It's Angry Birds Toons. Alright, Angry Birds Movie 1 and 2. Let me just give you a gist. This was made by Sony Pictures Animation. Yeah, pretty simple to explain. But then, let me say something else, which is that, you know, it's really odd, because the first movie's like, hey, I'm the pigs. Redbird's a little, suspicious of them. Hey man, who are you guys? Everyone's talking about peace and stuff. Then they steal the eggs, build their own town on the island or something. Or, no, they take it to their island. Also, so they visit the Mighty Eagle, and, there's this one piss joke about him, like, pissing into the lake. I think there was, like, a movie trailer of it, and first, when I saw that, I was like, wait, what the frick? Birds have penises? Which, could definitely explain a lot later on, but, you know, I don't get why that a Mighty Eagle has a penis. Like, I'm not gonna spoil the plot for the first one, neither the second one. Second movie plot, Frozen, like, they're planning to like, this purple bird, plans to destroy the world using ice balls. That's it. That's the whole movie. It's a pretty interesting story, a lot better than the first one. Thank you, Thurup, thank you, Thurup, for making such a great story. That's just the simplistic thing I have to say. Angry Birds 1 and 2, done. Next up, I summed this one up to one category, but the merchandise. Of course, Angry Birds in their early years had so much merchandise, you wouldn't understand how much there was. It's pretty interesting. The person, some of the most common ones were the stuffed animals, aka plushies. But there was also stuff like K'NEX, Lego, what else? There was also, like, many freaking, toy products, like, board games, card games, what's the other ones? Oh, yeah. After card games and board games, you got, those squishy things. Forgot them, but, yeah, merchandise is pretty common. I'm just gonna explain it. They had a lot of merchandise. Okay? Bad Piggies is pretty simple to explain. It's a spin-off, from Angry Birds. You're a pig which makes contraptions to steal eggs most of the time, but there's a lot more objectives. Like, first of all, hey, maybe don't break your arm or something. Of course, the main reason is to go to the goal, but you can get 3 stars by doing 3 objectives. Pretty simplistic plot. But, this might have been one of the most interesting games, and that's why it's so popular. First of all, it had many unique gimmicks, which Angry Birds has never done. You know, it's just pretty amazing, to be honest. Pretty great game. We're finally here. We're at the delisted games. Now, of course, this is, from the franchise, which just removed the games totally. It's pretty interesting because it's a pretty stupid move by Rovio, I'm gonna be honest. But it's one of the most common. So, let me mention a list of delisted games that they have made. So, Angry Birds Classic is the first one. Angry Birds Space is the second one. Angry Birds Rio is the third one. Angry Birds Star Wars 1 and 2 are the fourth and fifth ones. What's the next one again? Oh yeah, Angry Birds Epic is another delisted game, which, of course, cannot even be accessible due to servers reacting. Which, pretty weird, okay? But, there was also Angry Birds Fight, which I think only lasted a year. There was also, I think it was called Angry Birds Simple, which was simply just a simple Angry Birds game for, you know, the more, 40-year-old audience out there, which plays their phone. Or brainless 3-year-olds, I don't know. But excuse me, I was a brainless 3-year-old when I started playing this series, so yeah. One of them, I think that's almost it, but there was also Angry Birds Seasons, which I forgot. And I think the final ones in this category are Angry Birds Blast and Ding 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 Angry Birds Go. Now, yes, I'll maybe mention it, but Angry Birds Go has had very huge design since the past, like, few years, and maybe that had a decline, and that's why it got delisted. But still, I don't understand why they delisted their games. It's gonna be a mystery to me. Oh boy, now we're here. Angry Birds vs. Mario is basically the pigs using Mario gimmicks, like the brick walls and stuff. It's pretty surprising, because first of all, the Mario trend of the late 2000s, early 2010s was pretty famous. So, yeah, of course you gotta market off of that. It was pretty clever. That's the only thing that I have to say, though. Okay, the next person which made a video is Dave77748. He was a YouTuber which used to make animations using PowerPoint 2003, especially Angry Birds animations, which were surprisingly fresh. Like, I think this got in, like, a few million views, to be honest, and that's what's amazing about it. Because this is when you know that, like, trend hopping was pretty famous on YouTube instead of, you know, randomly mashing garbage together. The next person is TomLG1992, which might be the most mysterious case of a YouTuber. Simply he just made like 3D Angry Birds videos, and they were pretty unique. They're actually pretty popular. And, to simply say, of course, he after that final third video, he just disappeared off of YouTube, I think, especially for that channel. Let me check. Yeah, so there hasn't been any recent activity of him, so I'm just gonna say that this is mysterious as heck. Starting off with Layer 2 is Angry Birds 3D movie. I don't know how to explain this. Angry birds go to war, there's like guns, pigs have guns, the birds use slingshots, they inflate a bird up, they like crush a castle, and then like, you can't touch this place from MC Hammer. It's just one of the oddest things I've seen in like 2010. It's simply just that. What's even weirder is that the YouTuber who made this, Graphic Fantasy, makes like Arab animation now, so I don't know. I don't know what's going on here. Maybe he, I don't know, maybe he moved, I just clearly don't know. It's just pretty interesting. Also, he moves to claymation somehow, so, yeah. Angry Birds 3D movie is a video. That's how to explain. You wonder why I hit Fun Video TV? Well, to simply be honest here, you know, sometimes you don't like certain YouTube channels. Most likely because Fun Video TV was like the most clickbaity out of all these channels. They were CGI. They were kind of like the classic nursery rhymes channel, except with more modern topics like, for example, Angry Birds Sonic, Angry Birds SpongeBob, Angry Birds whatever you could think up in your mind. It's basically that. It's really odd. I would recommend to give it a watch if you'd like to be weirded out. They have like these weird creepy bodies which they still use today, but they haven't uploaded since like last year, so I don't know what place they're in. Most likely rich off of their behind. And yeah. Fun Video TV, everybody. Alright, so the next thing is original cutscenes in Angry Birds Classic, which, of course, this is a lie. I'm just talking about the original version of the cutscenes, which use the same template, and this lasted through the first episode, which is, I think, I forgot the name. I think it was definitely not called Poached Eggs. Not for sure. But, still, it's pretty unique. But they have, like, the same ending in all of them. The same sunset for every single cutscene. Same template, I guess, where Yellowbird's still small as heck. And, like, the pigs run away. Well, except for Poached Eggs, where the second scene is, like, you know, I'm just gonna say the only unique endings are, of course, the mining level, because, yeah, and, of course, the, construction level. I'll show you both of them. Is that alright? Cool. Woohoo! The next thing is Angry Birds Epic crossing over with Sonic the Hedgehog, the franchise. To be more specific, it's Sonic Dash and Angry Birds Epic because, you know, both of them needed more popularity. So, you know, why don't we kick off a huge event to promote both games, especially Sonic Dash. See, in the original, like, they changed the title to, like, Sonic Dash Epic or something. Angry Birds Sonic Dash Epic, I think it was called, or something. But Angry Birds Epic still stayed. It's pretty interesting to know about this information because This makes Sonic the Hedgehog canon in the Angry Birds universe, even though it's an event. This also makes Angry Birds canon to the Sonic universe, if you want to know. So that's simply stupid. That's just simply stupid to explain. I mean, a lot of people know about this, so why did I even need to explain it? Okay, the next one is Ruby, which is Red's girlfriend. Yep. Now, if you don't know, there was a Valentine's Day event for Angry Birds seasons, and to simply explain, it's just, you know, some of them have, I think it's only Red, but Red has a crush on Ruby, and that's just it. Yeah, this character has not appeared since that, even though she has, I think, been referenced multiple times. It's just a feminine Redbird. That's the only thing I need to talk about. It's just a feminine. Now, as seen by my reaction, I really hate that character. But, to explain, Angry Birds Smart TV game, I was really confused on who said this. But, there is Angry Birds Go for Apple TV and, Amazon Fire Stick. But, I think what they're talking about is the Angry Birds Samsung TV edition, which, of course, uses 3D models and is motion controlled, but it's still like Angry Birds. It's like the exact same game, it's just only those two differences. Alright. Okay! So now we're here, EvanTube HD. Now, if you don't know who EvanTube HD is, you are a certified failure. But he was like the business in 2010, or around that era. Because, you know, everything happened and it was amazing. So, let me explain it. EvanTube got him started in, like I said, 2010 with his first video, which was basically him testing stop motion, I think, with his stuffed animals, which, of course, yeah, pretty amazing, huh? But, of course, he gets even more amazing, and that's why I think he is my enemy. Because he literally has the largest Angry Birds collection, and you know what? It makes me mad. So, I think he's around 18 now, if I'm right, because I'm 14, and, you know, he's like 3 years older than me in every single way. So, I'm gonna say it's safe to say that he's 17 to 18. And you know what? Put up your dukes, man. I sincerely want to fight you at who's the better Angry Birds fan. You don't know how much knowledge I have as a superior being, which has wasted his life on the internet for 7 hours a day to learn that Angry Birds is certified cool. So put up your fights, man. We're gonna do it. I don't care if you've become racist. I don't care if... Oh, yeah, the racist joke was about, you know, that one gif. He's not actually racist. Yeah, let me simply say that. I don't want any controversy to happen to him, even though I'm gonna fight you. So, come on. Put up your fucking fist and let's go. Now, first thing is, why do you not have video evidence, Jack? You know, that makes me interested 24/7. And you know what I'm gonna say? It's literally hard for me to do that. And, of course, I'm not doing it because I don't want this entire video marked as kids. you know? Because that is total BS. And I appreciate that you want me to do it, but I just don't want any trouble right now, you know? So, alright. Fight is still on, Evan. Do you want to join or not? The next thing I should talk about is Terrence's brother. Now, he only appeared in one episode, which is on Thin Ice, which, of course, he was nicknamed Finn for that, which is really odd, because his actual name is Tony. And I think the on Thin Ice joke is just Finland, because, you know, it takes place in Finland. But, Terrence's brother has a ground pound like ability. It's similar to Silver, except, like, a lot more mass carrying, and also you don't do a little twirl. So, yeah. That's just the most simplistic way to explain it. He also got a trailer video, so that's great. We have Layer 3 next, and guess what that has? Angry Birds McDonald's. Now, as I remember, I think we didn't have a like Happy Meal with Angry Birds related things, but there were actually 3, I think. The first one is the classic one, like the original. I think it was like stuffed animals in Japan and stuffed animals here. I think that was actually in 2013. But the next one after that was Angry Birds Star Wars. Like, McDonald's used to do this every year, which pretty freaking weird idea, but so if you grabbed a Happy Meal, you would get a bucket. That's the whole thing. That's your toy. A bucket for candy. Why? I know that there's... But it gave us some stickers, so... And the final one, I think, is just the Angry Birds movie. Number 1. Not the sequel, I think. Pretty unique, collection, let me say. It's... a lot to, think about. So, yeah. And, they're just McDonald's Happy Meals. I think they had exclusive menu items as well, like a Redbird's chicken sandwich. Redbird's chicken sandwich. Redbird's chicken sandwich. Ah! If you don't know, Utopia is an episode in Angry Birds Space, and it was actually made due to a fan art competition that they hosted where, you know, it's like, draw the most unique one and you get the next episode. And compared to it, like, there were some really good ideas, including a sun level in 4th place, a furniture level in 3rd, a glass level in 2nd, and, of course, Utopia in 1st. Now, I can't find the artist, so if somebody could, you know, comment in the description, or comment in the comments down below who that is, I might give you something. It most likely might be a cameo, or something like that. Oh boy. Angry Birds. This one's really unique. It's an April Fool's joke, but, they made a video, so yeah, that's cool. It's just really unique, I'm gonna be saying. The joke was that it was a freemium game similar to, The Simpsons Tapped Out. Except there's a lot more than that. It was like evolved Angry Birds as a joke, like Angry Birds with legs and arms. It's pretty weird. There were like a lot of characters that were joked about. Also, there was this total horror segment where like, hey, it's a FNAF joke, yay! And then something amazing happened. Yeah, that's basically it. It's just a bunch of genres, and also Hal's feminine for some reason. Angry Birds web games was a certain category, but these were games that you could play on the internet, and there are a lot of them. So let me take a breather for a second. And the games are Angry Birds Friends, Angry Birds Champions, Angry Birds for Facebook Messenger, Angry Birds Flip the Bird, Angry Birds in the Hunt for the Golden Pistachio, Angry Birds Winter Wonderland, Angry Birds Vuela Tazos, Angry Birds Cheetos, Angry Birds Lotus F1 Team, Angry Birds Star Wars Facebook, Angry Birds McDonald's, Angry Birds Coca-Cola, Angry Birds Heike, Angry Birds Philadelphia Eagles, Angry Birds Telepizza, Angry Birds Fiji TV, Angry Birds in Ultrabook Adventure, Angry Birds Google+, Angry Birds Chrome, Angry Birds Breakfast, and Angry Birds Volcano. If you don't know, that was a lot to say, so let me just generalize them. Most of the games were based off of Angry Birds Classic in like 2010, because it was the only thing that you could do. But they would have original levels, most likely like 1 to 6. And some of them were just remakes, like smaller remakes of Angry Birds, which you had to do certain things to access more levels. But the most unique is Angry Birds Flip the Bird and Angry Birds, what is it called? Angry Birds for Facebook Messenger, which both of them have different mechanics, especially Angry Birds for Facebook Messenger, which is like arena mode for Angry Birds 2. Yeah, it's exactly like that, except you fight with somebody to get more points. Or I think it's actually on the opposite side and you gotta like destroy the most pigs. I've never played it, so I don't know. But Flip the Bird is entirely unique, and I think that's about it. Now, as you saw, most of them were promotions. And to be simple, yeah, most of them were promotions. And that's all I have to say about web games. Oh boy, this one might be controversial, maybe, I don't know. But Rovio discontinued their Angry Birds games, especially mainly their apps. Which is weird because they only like delisted them. You can still play them and they still have online functions. So I don't clearly understand it. But for their 10th anniversary, they, delisted all the games. A great present, guys. Even though there could have been, maybe, who knows, maybe you could have released like an exclusive update or something. Just saying, hey, happy birthday. Happy 10th anniversary. But people were mad by this, so Twitter gave the trending tag of Bring Back 2012, and somehow Rovio still didn't do it. Bring Back 2012 is, like I said, pretty infamous, because, Rovio kind of took away the games forever, which, first of all, if you're a new player, that could cause problems. And most games, like I said, were sadly discontinued. Most likely to focus on their more recent games. Which, honestly, is a pretty odd decision because, imagine, like, pulling, like, a light bulb out of a light, like a lamp. First of all, you have no light anymore. Second of all, you just did extra work. just to, like, do stuff like, for example, I don't know, just, hey, this is more efficient than, you know, not turning it off. Maybe for, like, online games which were not doing well, they should do that, but, you know, there's just a lot. And I don't mean stuff like Angry Birds Fight, I mean, like, about all of them. The only one which still gets continued is Surprisingly Bad Piggies for some reason, which, pretty odd event, but, yeah. Wreck the Halls and Angry Birds Space were on Nickelodeon once. Now, I do remember this. It was actually a highlight of my life, for some reason, when I was 3. I was really excited to see this, like, 3-minute special, because, you know, I don't know why, but, it was based off of the games, and, yeah, just to simply explain, it's just Wreck the Halls, and that should be pretty simple. Well, I think the Angry Birds Space one actually aired during, like, SpongeBob or something, and I couldn't see that one. I think it did air multiple times, though. Yeah, it's really weird for what, see, Nickelodeon and Rovio kind of had something going on throughout, like, the years. First of all, they would, like, trade content. Like how they also did a sneak peek for, you know, Angry Birds movie, but for Nick. Yeah, that kind of made me hyped at like 10 a.m. Which, yeah, okay. That's about it. Alright. Next up is the Angry Birds theme parks, which pretty well known, but not. The most well-known is, I think, in, like, Sweden. What was it called? I think it was called, Angry Birds Activity Park. And they sold, like, a lot of stuff there. I don't know if it's shut down or not. But they also had, like, certain cool events for other buildings, like Angry Birds Space for NASA, like, there was a couple Angry Birds things for, like, different companies, similar to NASA sponsoring Angry Birds Space. It's really unique. Alright, so the next thing is, of course, the Angry Birds redesigns, I should say. This is actually pretty common. There's actually been multiple redesigns. The most obvious is Hal, but, there's even some, marketing standpoints. Especially, I would call Toons a soft reboot of the franchise, and then, Angry Birds movie another soft reboot, if you get what I mean. Like, they kind of changed the entire thing, you know? I mean, if you looked at every single bird from, like, the early versions compared to the later versions of, the styles, you would definitely notice the design differences. Even marketing differences happened, like, for Commonwealth Toys to actually change Bluebird's eyes later on to, make it look more, Angry Birds-like and cute instead of, the, lifeless Bluebird, even though that's actually the most common one sold. So yeah, there's been a lot of redesigns of the characters, is what I'm gonna say. Alright, this might be the longest topic I talk about in this entire video, but plush history. Alright, let's go. In 2010, Commonwealth Toys was assigned to make stuffed animals, aka plushies, for the Angry Birds franchise, starting off with Series 1, which had the most common of characters, which is Redbird, Yellowbird, aka Chuck, bluebird, whitebird, bomb, corporate pig, pig, king pig, and I think that was about it for Series 1, but they really expanded on Series 2, which I think released after the Bird Day thing, which they revamped all the characters for a much more pleasant look, I should say, even though I like the original designs much more because they're funny looking. I actually own some, which I should mind, but they sold a lot more rare plushes, like a worker pig, male pig, chef pig. There was also bubbles and a lot of that stuff, you know? There's also this giant pig with a mustache. I forgot his name. Foreman pig. Giant Foreman pig. They used to have, like, this giant trend, which, of course, they scaled, like, the plushes to, like, an incredible size. You know? Like, half the size of my body, even. Or, like, reaching to my knees. You could actually put them on your head, and, you know, it was kind of funny. But, you know, there's more to this, which is that, Space was, Series 3. Yeah, they use the space designs. That's pretty simple, except not for the pigs, only for the birds. I think the most common one was, red, like, space red. But, purple chuck, as, most of the community calls it, which, are most likely, children which watch, the Angry Birds platform. Seriously love, purple chuck as the name instead of lightning bird, you know? There's also, many others in this. Don't you forget the other thing, which is the Star Wars franchise, which, of course, was Series 4. I think this was, like, the smallest one. I think it only had, like, a few plushies. I only remember the Darth Vader pig, and it's the most common sold online, so yeah. But I think there was also, like, a Luke Skywalker, Redbird, and, you know, just all that stuff. But there's a lot more than that, believe me. For Series 5, they, I think they made, like, beta prototypes for Angry Birds Go. And pretty simplistic enough, it got canceled, sadly. I think there was also stuffed animals for Angry Birds Transformers and stuff, but those got canceled as well. I think the final ones that they had were the Angry Birds Stella franchise, which is, I think Series 6. And then their company shut down, rebooting the franchise to, the movie. You know? So they, like, sold toys off of the movie, and, that's simply it. But, there is a couple known things, which is that there are huge differences in other countries for the, first types of designs. It's actually kind of shocking. But there's a lot more than that. There's also the exclusive silver plush, which only got in a giveaway by, like, only 2 people, which, is pretty surprising to look at. I love the design. They, show it like its classic version, and, you know, I remember when people said, if you had it, maybe you should, show us. And, yeah. I think they did, but I think that was another giveaway for the beta designs of the bird or something. And, yeah, that's about it. It's pretty unique. You should check it out. The Purple Bird bootleg plushie is honestly the weirdest bootleg design of an Angry Bird ever. It looks so canon, but not. So, as you can see here, it's Redbird, but he's purple. But there's, like, many flaws with the design. Like, first of all, the beak, the eyes, which, first of all, if you don't know, Redbird's eyes are supposed to be separated. Or, actually, I don't think so, but, the beak is really far from the eyes, which, of course, actually, I think they're, like, a little separated apart, but, yeah, this beak should be a little closer, I should say. Also, we don't know if it has a tail, which, of course, Redbird has. But it looks honestly more cartoony than the average plushie. And yeah, that's what I simply wanted to say. Whew, this is a classic. If you don't know what Toons TV is, it was a discontinued service from, like a few years back in 2016, which, of course, got canceled for a notable reason is the service was a failure after the movie, for some reason. Which is so funny because they, like, decided to still release video franchises. Which, like, honestly, I don't care. Who knows? I personally think that maybe if it was released today, it could have had a more positive output. Because first of all, it's free TV for children, which streaming service, kids channel, Angry Birds, yeah, that's kind of worth it. But they also had a lot of third-party brands on there. Like, Cut the Rope had a show, I think Augie and the Cockroaches had a show, which for some reason later on appeared on Nickelodeon in, like, what year again? Like 2016? 2017? It's honestly pretty weird. But also, Toons TV is pretty unique with another thing, which is, well, that they had a lot of exclusive shows. First of all, they had Angry Birds Toons, pretty obvious, but they also had, I remembered it was called Piggy Tales, but the final one is Angry Birds Stella, which is funny because only Piggy Tales and Angry Birds Toons only were the ones which had DVD releases out of all these. But all of them actually were sold, or like are for sale on Apple TV, which is a pretty great decision because, of course, this media turned obsolete, which, yeah, pretty simple. Ooh, okay, that's it for Toons TV. It also had a unique HUD, I should say, or a unique menu. The final thing to mention is Angry Birds on Hatch, which Hatch was a service which was very similar to Apple Arcade. Actually, it did predate it before, but to simply say, yeah, Hatch was a service where you paid money to access mobile games. Now, most of these didn't have advertising, which is great. And, you know, it's funny. It's funny. So, you know, Hatch did kind of get discontinued, so the game Angry Birds Turbo got discontinued as well, I think. Actually, no, it's still going on. But Angry Birds Turbo was a more, you know, packed edition of Angry Birds Go for mobile, which removed ads, which is cool. Whew, boy, this is a pretty noticeable one, but as this is mine, yep, this is totally mine. But if you don't know who Bird is, he is a certain YouTuber which, makes animations most of the time. I mean, he does, sometimes vlog, I guess you should say. But mostly they're unique, short, tiny videos, which have multiple jokes. And just come up with an idea. I think he just, starts off with the audio and then animates it. But, yeah. So for something like this crossover to happen is pretty amazing. First of all, let me explain. U2's was, making Bird as a U2's, which is kind of funny, because if you don't know what U2's is, it's a, company which makes YouTubers. And I remember DMing them once, saying, "Hey, can I have a U2's, please?" Of course, as a joke, but I'm unsure if that will be a joke pretty soon. I don't know, but, there's, just Angry Birds. They made Angry Birds U2's as well, because they also do pop culture, I guess. Not Funko pop culture, but internet pop culture. That's, one of their main topics that they make for U2's. Internet pop culture and YouTubers. So what would be the perfect opportunity than to mix them together into a great gelatin beast? Yeah, so they mixed up Bomb with, Bird. And yes, I guess this is canon in both universes. So, if Bird appears, can you explain to me how this is canon? Because I just have several questions. First of all, in the Bird universe, they're pretty, tame, but when he gets angry, he just, turns into Bomb, which, does that make, Angry Birds in the Bird dimension, change if they get angry, or is it, I don't know, but, yeah, this is canon on both sides. Also, these were promotions. Also, I bought a Bird plushie at one point, which, yeah, I don't regret. I spent my $20 well. Whoo boy, the next thing is Angry Birds Rio. If you do not know this event timeline, it's pretty interesting. So Rovio started merchandising their product, which of course had a lot of interest with Fox, mainly. It's pretty odd. So Fox was interested in Rovio's brand, so of course they kind of teamed up to make a game to promote Rio, which is a great film, by the way. And Angry Birds Rio is a great game, by the way. But it's pretty odd, because the first trailer was, actually real, and Bluebird freaking dies in it. So, yeah, I guess this bird exists. But seriously, how? Why is he, killing other birds? Also, why are birds getting trapped? And this bird gets to be free? That's one of my main questions about Rio. Please answer, Blue Sky, at my email account. Which is, I'm just gonna make one up. Wario's TV remote at gmail.com. Great, I'm gonna have to make that now. Alright, so a little editor's note, which I just left in at the last minute. I forgot that Blue Sky shut down. Now, of course, this was recorded about, like, a few months ago, so, like, I didn't understand it and stuff, but Blue Sky, about, like, a few weeks ago, shut down, so, Alright, before we start on this fact, or whatever you want to call it, categories of facts, a list of facts, I don't know. This one was too huge to make. So, I would recommend to, you know, if you'd like to know all of it, go to the Angry Birds wiki. They also have, I took in all of my research from there, or most of it. It's pretty weird, actually. The unused stuff is just too much, so I would recommend to check it out. Alright, without further ado, Angry Birds Classic unused stuff, okay. Some of the hugest differences was originally that they were gonna remake the game, I guess, by updating it. First of all, Yellowbird had, like, a unique sprite sheet where, of course, it used the Toons design. Leonard was in the game, most likely for a promotion for Angry Birds 2, or Angry Birds movie. Which, yes, there is a level exclusively for the Angry Birds movie. There was also, I think, Year of the Goat, which, you guessed it, it was a New Year's one, which is pretty odd because Angry Birds Seasons does that, and, you know, it's pretty unique, though. There was also Angry Birds Land, which, of course, might have been an amusement park-like level, which, of course, the idea got reused for, I think, Seasons, with a magician act or something, I don't know. But there's a lot more than that, like, a lot more. For example, like I said, Leonard was originally in the game, but also, did you know this? There were original levels for Bubbles and Stella, most likely to test them out. But also, there was a really freaking unique one. Like, I have to explain it. Red's Mighty Feathers only ended at part 2, which is weird because, you know, each level usually has 3 parts. And, of course, to end it here wouldn't make any sense. So what happened to the 3rd part? Well, surprisingly, it got canceled. But this was gonna have a lot more, like, underwater gimmicks. And, you know, it's just pretty much that. And that's why I kind of like it. You know, Angry Birds Classic has a huge amount of unused stuff, and the later, or the deeper you go in this iceberg, you know, the more you know about canceled things, because there are a lot of things which were canceled about Angry Birds. But yeah, how about we wrap up this topic? There was just a lot of unused stuff in Angry Birds Classic. Mostly new levels. Alright, this one might be stupid, but, the main character in Bad Piggies is named Ross. That's the only thing that I have to say. But here's a little fun fact about Ross. He actually appeared in the Angry Birds movie as well. That's just it. Clearly, I didn't understand this one, but of course the person which mentioned it said that there was a Mario Galaxy reference in, Pigs at Work, in the episode Sticky Situation. But really, it's just an overall Mario reference. I mean, they play the sound, that's pretty obvious, but it's also coming out from a box, and That's basically it. I'm gonna say this for layer 4. There's gonna be a lot of that's basically it's out there, so maybe if you want, just this one might go fast, okay? It might go fast, or it might go slow, if you don't understand. I also didn't know about this one, which is the hidden minigame credit, like hidden minigame in the credits, even though it's pretty visible. If you just go into the credits, there's a minigame which just starts. It's a simple trampolining game with the pigs, and yeah, it's okay. I mean, it's like, hey, bring each pig side to side, and that's just pretty simplistic. So yeah, that's it for the topic. Alright, if you don't know what JoJo Siwa is, I'm gonna give you a really stupid answer. She's a child star, and that's it. She voiced, the Blues, I guess, one of them. I think Jay? If I'm right? Which, of course, is a common thing where women voice young boys. Except this person's like 2 years older than me and still pretends that she's a child. I mean, why? Just why? Okay, I never understood this one when I was researching this until like the day I recorded Layer 3, which was like a few days ago. But if you don't know, in one of the episodes, I think it's called Mine and whatever, at the ending, of course this is like the final level of the normal game, by the way. So what would you expect? He's unconscious, and people suspect him to be dead after this point. Now, of course, I could say more things like, hey, maybe King Pig is, like, dreaming. Maybe he's in a coma. That the Angry Birds movie happened in a coma or something, but I'm not gonna be that insane. You know? Ooh boy, this one's gonna be the most common. But if you don't know the realistic design art that Sam Spratt made for Angry Birds, yeah, this is pretty cool. He made like the main cast, but he like painted them in a way to make it look real, shading, and yeah. Of course, I started making real art, I guess, starting up on an eyeball, which doesn't look too good, I'll be honest here, but yeah. Of course, this real art looks pretty gosh darn good. Hey, maybe I would recommend to check out Sam Spratt's other works as well. Since, this is official art, and if you like it, check out his page or something. I won't link it, but if he has a page, check it out. If you don't know, this has been a question boggling in all of our minds throughout 2013 to, 2021 now. And, of course, I'm here to answer that. If you don't know, Whitebird, aka Matilda, really kind of has a gender after Toons, which, first of all, is definitely described as female, especially with the name, the voice, and also everything about her. But before that, they didn't really have any gender. We always thought that they were male or female. Mostly I thought she was a female, but they are they. So, yeah. Of course, this would definitely not explain, because there are both sides which have similarities. First of all, there is no evidence of gender in the early era. But of course, it seems that Whitebird dates a female character. Yes, I'm being honest here. And yeah, that could prove something. But nope, let me tell you something. Matilda, or Whitebird, after that era, of course, is female. Like I said, proven by many things. But, of course, Whitebird could lay eggs. And, I think only hens can lay eggs, if I'm right. If I'm right. Which, of course, leads us to another problem. Which is, well, couldn't both sexes lay eggs? This one really lost my mind, because this made me question. Like, first of all, it's only a bomb inside of an egg, so we don't know how that happens. Like, first of all, if it was something like, an egg, maybe. But, like, seriously, we don't know, because these eggs explode. Literally. So, here's my answer to everyone who has been waiting for 8 years straight. Get this. Matilda was female in the classic era. Now, this might sound weird, because first of all, she dated a female character. But, of course, this would make a lot more sense if there were multiple pieces of evidence. First of all, Whitebird could have died and Matilda replaced his role. Or, another theory could be that Matilda is actually bisexual. Yeah, I'm being honest here. First of all, we never see a preference from her. Like a sexual preference, which, first of all, makes sense from a kid's point, but, like, seriously, she has really none. She, like, only talks to people, which could honestly make a lot more sense, even in the movie era, or post-movie era. We really don't see anything. She's just a yoga guide, I guess. But of course, yeah, maybe she's bi. It makes a lot of sense. First of all, of course, she has never dated anybody except maybe, like, a male pig. But of course, she might have dated females before. Who knows? It would make a lot of sense. Because, first of all, how can birds change? Like, who knows? Like, none of the angry birds, or, like, she has none to think about. Like, she really takes an emotion, I guess, for her own personal deal. Of course, you have to question who laid those eggs in Angry Birds. Like, no joke, these 3 eggs are still there. And, yeah, if there was no female role in 2010, then who would have laid those eggs? It would have to be Matilda, right? Because they're the only character which lays the eggs. Alright? I'm not editing this. Alright? So, Matilda is female throughout the entire process. I'm just gonna say that. Now, of course, it may not be canon because Rovio did prove themselves that, hey, they used to be male, but now they're female, but still, I always think that they're always female. Now, this one made me question the most out of YouTube instead of Angry Birds. Now, if you don't know, of course, there is the verification mark saying, hey, I'm the actual channel. Like, I'm the real channel. And this is when you get, like, a medium or popular fan base, I guess, of your YouTube channel. So yeah, I think that's cool. Of course, I think it recommends you the most. But what makes it even weirder is that the Angry Birds YouTube channel is not verified. Even though it has like 5 million subscribers, I do know that there are multiple not verified channels with 5 million subscribers. But even YouTube has referenced Angry Birds, so why? Why are you not including this yet, YouTube? Why are you not verifying them? That's just one of my main questions about this. YouTube, it's a verification mark. God damn, do it already, you Okay, next up is Angry Birds on the Nintendo DS. Now, if you don't—
Wow, there was a game of Angry Birds on the DS? Why haven't I heard of it? Can I... Where's the game? Can I grab it? Can I have it, please? Was there a beta of it which was accessible? Or Nintendo DS Angry Birds? My favorite game?
Actually, Bluebird, it was a hoax in 2011.
Ew, a hoax? That's disgusting, man.
Okay, if you don't know, this was a hoax, but not really. See, there was this, person named Andreas Straw, which, made, like, 2 very early betas in 2011, which only showed, level design, or not level design, I mean just, level selection and the title. And it looked like it was about one world. He did later on, like, complete cutscenes, I guess, except not really. It's pretty odd. You know? Because, yeah, this got discontinued right after that. But, hey, just imagine an Angry Birds game on the DS. Wait a minute, there's already one? You say? Oh yeah, Angry Birds on the Nintendo 3DS. But no, it has more. Angry Birds Trilogy on the Nintendo 3DS. Featuring Angry Birds Seasons, and Angry Birds Rio. Alright, so Angry Birds Cal is our starter for this one, and it was like only special in a conference about old PC games, I think, called Assembly, which was like a discussion off of old PC games and how people are making them on the platforms that were supported on old PC, and yeah. But if you don't know, there was a special animation from 2011 about Angry Birds in this. And it's really funny. First thing to say is that Angry Birds Cal has a special thing inside it, which of course has a unique animation, and I'm saying if Angry Birds were to run on a 1980s computer, like early 1980s. And, yeah, that's just the what if for this animation. Of course, we see a pig playing it, and surprisingly, this is the only time we see a certain face, which I will discuss about. Whew. Alright, now, I think this is a really nice homage to, old PC games made by Rovio? I mean, Rovio didn't even start off with old PC games. They started in, like, the 2000s with, like, Bounce, which is really funny. But I just think it's unique that Rovio would do this, you know? But what makes it even weirder is that it uses the 2010s animation style. You know, where the birds look weird and the pigs look okay. Yeah. That's what animation style they're choosing. Which is funny because I think only one other one chose this style, and then they moved after that. Which is Angry Birds Rio. For the trailer of the Rovio trailer, not the Fox one. Oh boy, now this one is extremely weird, but understandable. So if you don't know, in the Angry Birds movie 2, Bubbles completely disappeared. Like, he got annihilated. Now, if you don't know, you guessed it, Angry Birds, Sony hired Smosh to voice act Hal and Bubbles, aka Anthony Padilla and Ian Haycox. Sorry if I butchered your names, even though you're like 50 million subscribers. And yeah, that's the greatness of it. But if you don't know, I'm gonna be honest, Bubbles, of course, why did Bubbles disappear? Now, this might not be obvious at first, but it might have been because of Anthony Padilla's departure of Smosh. If you don't know, Anthony Padilla departed at Smosh in like 2019, which of course, guess when the Angry Birds movie 2 played. I think it was in 2019/2020. Sorry if I sound stupid right now, but yeah, I remember that Angry Birds movie 2 released in 2019. And well, that's about it. Of course, Bubbles might never appear in the movie franchise, but maybe, who knows? Maybe Smosh will come back, because if you don't know, Ian Haycox also left Smosh, so who knows what happens. Alright, so if you don't know, in the series finale of Angry Birds Toons, the episode was named Toy Hoggers, by the way, King Pig has to negotiate with, Terrence for his, stuffed animal back, aka his teddy bear. So, of course, he, guess what, gives him a new stuffed animal, aka, Angry Birds movie Terrence stuffed animal. Which is weird, because this is, like, the final episode, and it's, like, all serious and stuff. Of course, it's just pretty amazing. Especially with all the aesthetic looks. You know, I think they should have continued on with this series. Like, you know, I hate the, like, reboot they're doing right now. I mean, if they're... You know, they should just make a whole show just reviving Angry Birds tunes. It's so great. I mean, this finale here might be, hello, thank you for taking our place, and thank you to all our fans for watching this entire show deal. Because, you know, it's one of the most beautiful episodes in the series. But, you know, the bang wasn't too large. It was kind of small, actually. So I wish we could have a more humongous bomb of an episode. You know? Just for a larger impact. That would make the whole episode better. You know? So, yeah. But it's still a beautiful thing. Alright, now this one is very weird, but it's very understandable as well, which is the Angry Birds Space contact deal. Now, if you don't know, many apps have privacy deals, which you agree on when downloading. Now, of course, Apple's more stable at this. Of course, guess what? Having multiple things, like... Get this. Having to share contact information, notifications, having to download other things inside of the app, in-app purchases. Now, of course, Apple says that. And yeah, it's kind of funny there. But of course, Angry Birds Spaces has something special, which is, of course, contact information. Why does it want your contacts? Well, you're gonna be amazed at it, but it's for recommendations and privacy history. See, if you don't know, Roblox did this feature as well. If you don't know, so you could share it to your friends or people using messages, because there is a connection deal where you can like share scores and stuff. And yeah, I think this is most common in Angry Birds 2, where you can have your many accounts. And yeah, that's what I gotta say about Angry Birds Space Contacts. It's only for sharing. Whew. Now, if you don't know Angry Birds Go Turbo Edition, it's pretty much the same thing as Angry Birds
this
Go.
one might be the most
Except my
unique
guess is
because
that it's
the weirdest.
much more high quality in
clearly
audio and video.
I don't understand.
And
this at all.
also that
Because
it has
if
no
you don't know, the
advertisements.
Blues, of course, are 3 characters.
Yeah, that's about
all
it.
in one.
But it was also
And
on
I
Hatch,
really don't know their gender.
which,
No.
of course, like I said,
No, of course,
had
I
a
totally
lot of Angry
understood
Birds
that they were
games.
male at once, but who knows?
Which is pretty unique. First of all, there is no identification. They're blue, though, so I don't know. Because there has been another character in Angry Birds which has been blue, and that was from Angry Birds Stella. Literally, like, the same shade of blue, but, like, with more unique feathers. And, yeah. I think it was, like, one of the most annoying characters, though. Where it would, like, scream. But if you don't know, the Blues, yeah, as I would say, are genderless. That's about it. I mean, there really isn't any explanation, so of course it led me up to genderless. Now, of course, you could see a male preference, but of course, who knows? Who clearly knows? Who knows any of the genders of any of the characters? Who knows? Stella might even be a man. That's what I gotta say. So that's why I'm leading up to the Blues are genderless. Ooh, so there are many promotions that I remember. Mostly being Verizon, State Farm, and Goldfish. Now, of course, these were promotional items, and of course would have their own exclusive quote-unquote cars. If you don't know about these cars, of course the State Farm car was simplistic enough. It automatically prepared, similar to their, I guess, insurance. Like I said, there's no sponsorships in this, which is pretty great. If there was, I would definitely say, hey, there's a sponsor, but it's not that. And yeah, of course there was also Goldfish and many other brands, like a Verizon launcher or something. And yeah, that's simply it. Now, I couldn't find this online anywhere, so this is most likely false. And I should have fact-checked everything. But Hello Peter is supposed to be in, like, Angry Birds Space's debug mode, or developer mode. But, like, no. So, why have you lied to me, sir? Why have you lied that there is a secret? You have made me unforgiveful of you. Okay, so, before I screw up again on anything else, this is true. This is 100% true. Even though I've never seen something online about it. See, it's simply just King Big saying, hey, clean up litter, I guess, because I guess Ross is in trouble or something. I don't know. But it simply says the words, hello, Peter, from the show Family Guy. Now, of course, my guess is that Peter was a developer of the game, or maybe just a certain person which was involved with the game. That's my guess, most likely. I actually might read the credits for this just a second. So I did find 2 Peters and a Petri, but most likely it's Peter Urbanics, which, if you don't know, has designed the levels. But if you coincidentally don't know, many game designers usually do this in their debug modes because, you know, they're saying thanks for designing the levels. Because, you know, those are annoying. Actually, coincidentally enough, Sonic CD did a similar thing with their art directors. Yeah, their art directors. They usually made an image, especially stuff like the Majin incident, which, coincidentally enough, was supposed to be silly. And his actual name is Modin or Mazin. Actually really nice, because, you know, I just discovered his Twitter about, like, 3 months ago, and, oh, it's pretty amazing. What? Sorry, I'm just eating candy, but, I would recommend to check out, his Twitter. I won't link it, but, you know, type up something like Majin, or Mazin, or Modin. Most likely Majin. To search it up. Which is, pretty nice. I actually think it's pretty cool, so, yeah. You know, it's just a really respectful, thank you note for Angry Birds. I really love video games doing that. Hoo boy, if you don't know Silver from Angry Birds 2, you don't know. Because, first of all, this was the new character which was introduced in Angry Birds 2. That's pretty simplistic. She had a ground pound, like, attack, except with, like, a twirl, I guess? And that was her whole character, I guess? Even though there's a lot more, like, for example, Angry Birds movie 2, it's technically Chuck's cousin. No, it was Chuck's sister. And also, he, made a death threat to, like, Redbird, I think. Like, a really dangerous threat. But if you don't know, in, like, one of the Angry Birds comics, I forgot, the idea was that Silver was an egg. Pretty simple. Silver's an egg. That's it. And that's simply what happened. The pigs take the egg and almost freaking eat it. Well, until, like, the final second, of course. Which, of course, Silver hatches, and hey, the pigs just say, hey, how about we adopt this guy? How about we adopt this bird? Yeah, so, I don't clearly understand it. Because later on, like, of course they still take the eggs to eat them. Which, first of all, they should just know. They should know like hell that, you know, there's living birds inside these, because they've already done this before. And that just doesn't make any sense. Second of all, wouldn't Silver be, like, neutral to the pigs instead of against the pigs? Which, maybe we should have explained a little more. Maybe why she left, and maybe, you know, why she's angry at them. You know, it just clearly doesn't make sense in my mind. Now, as I checked, yes, there is an official release of Angry Birds by itself for the PlayStation Portable, which is simply consisting of, like, the first 5 levels of the entire game, and that's just it. Yeah, it's just a port of Angry Birds on the PlayStation Portable, and since it had touchscreen options, yeah, it's pretty simple to port over. Except I think they had, like, exclusive credits and also something really special, which is, like, the early background, or I think it was an exclusive background for the intro. Oh boy, this one is quite strange, but it can be explainable. If you don't know, there are Plants vs. Zombies assets in Angry Birds Classic. AKA, to be specific, the Chinese version of Angry Birds Classic, which has a lot of cool things, and you should check out the whole wiki about it, but there are 2 sprites which consist of Plants vs. Zombies. 2 sprites, which are the Split Pea and, of course, the Imp from Neon Mixtape Tour. If you don't know, the developers of the Chinese version of this game, TalkWeb Games, of course, has both made Angry Birds Classic for Chinese markets and Plants vs. Zombies 2 Chinese edition. Which, of course, yeah, that's just pretty simplistic. So my guess is that these were used for testing purposes. And since they already had the sprites, why not use them for testing? Alright, so Big Bork, let's go. If you don't know what Big Bork is, it's the name for fat pig. And of course, the thing is that this was supposed to be like a Terrence-like enemy where only Terrence can fight him, I guess. And that's just pretty simple to explain. But there's more than that. There is a lot more that you should know. Of course, Big Work started in Utopia, the Angry Birds space episode, which pretty unique, I guess. Big Work also is known as the Big Burp, which is another fictional character in this series. Basically, it's Big Fork in a wrestling costume, and that's the whole thing. Now, I think his debut started in Angry Birds Friends, but later on got improved for Angry Birds Tunes and, like, a lot of others. So, yeah, that's pretty weird history. Of course, he has never appeared in an Angry Birds game since. The weirdest thing about Big Bork is that he is very used in common media of the Angry Birds team, basically being a sell point. Of course, like I said, he does appear in other games like Angry Birds Seasons and Friends and Space, but that's about it. And it's just really weird because he only got referenced again, but kind of not. He's not canon, of course, in the Angry Birds movie franchise, but in, I think, Angry Birds Evolution, there is a fat pig similar to him, which, yeah, that's simply about it. It's just pretty weird about this character. This one might be pretty simple to explain. So, on an article of Eurogamer.net in 2012, like April 11th, 2012, Shigeru Miyamoto said that he wished he had made Angry Birds. And, yeah, he basically talked about how it would make sense on the Nintendo DS and stuff. That's just simply it. But, of course, he talked about the simplicity of Angry Birds. But it kind of reminds me a lot of other game franchises, like many other game franchises. It's just really interesting because, you know, the games that really sell mostly rely on simplicity. Especially games like, for example, Sonic 1. I mean, that was just hold left or right and jump. But they still made gimmicks after that. Angry Birds had a similar formula. Doodle Jump had a similar formula. Cut the Rope. You know, it's really interesting because the ones which really sell have simplicity, but it's not too simplistic, so you will never get tired of it, since they add stuff like new gimmicks, and it's the same game, but different mechanics. You know, it really, it just really makes the game boil, kind of. Like, it makes the water boil. If you don't know, Bomb Bomb is a certain character which never appeared in Angry Birds. It was an unused character from Angry Birds Trilogy using Angry Birds Seasons code. And it's pretty interesting because it was a hybrid of Bomb and the Blues. I guess it was like very similar to the Blues, how they separate, but then they detonate when hitting something or something. Or it must be similar to that. So here's my theory. This might sound ridiculous, but about a year later, Angry Birds Seasons introduced a Shockwave Bomb. And I'm gonna say it, this might be an early version of this character. Now, of course, you could have just ideas like, hey, this has to be false. Because first of all, you know, Shockwave Bomb was made a year later. So how would they make this design already? Most likely they were gonna introduce a new bird in this level, or different gimmicks to change characters, like hybrids or something, but, you know, it never reached the light of day. Who knows, maybe it could have even been for a tutorial level, or maybe an exclusive new level, which Rovio had declined. You know? Though I would think it would make it much more unique if they included this character into the trilogy game. Oh boy, do any of you remember PUBG? It was kind of like a cheaper, more... It can't be cheaper because, first of all, what I mean is that PUBG was unique, I should say. I mean, it was very, very similar to Fortnite. I would even call it a ripoff at that point. But, you know, it was very unique, especially when it had a crossover with Angry Birds. Now, of course, the trailer makes me laugh. Of course, birds getting introduced to Modern Warfare is the funniest thing that you can ever see. And, yeah. Also, at the end, there's a serious moment where literally everyone freaks out because there are actual humans which might murder these creatures. And yeah. But they were only here and this little tiny area in the lobby, I think. And that would be about it. Mattel is a company which produces toys, and they're one of the most popular of the companies which produces toys. And if you don't know, they make Angry Birds toys as well, since like early 2010s, and you really can't fail on them. You can really rely on them when I'm making Angry Birds toys. Of course, because, you know, they were actually fun and original. Of course, it's like with the flinging game, I forgot. It was like, you fling a plastic slingshot into these towers, and that was the whole game. There was also a card game, and I think many types of board games. It's really interesting. Alright, the Angry Birds prototype story by Apple Store. This one's pretty simple. But there was an Apple Story, aka one of their like famous trademark brands, which replaced the featured section to a more pandering audience to be more unique, and that's why I like it. But they sadly removed this one, but it was showing off the original beta of Angry Birds, like the original beta drawings, and this is actually one of the screenshots you see. I think this is the only one online, and it's, you know, it's just really weird, because yeah, it's pretty strange looking, especially with Bluebird and Redbird having the only canonized look that they usually have, kind of. I think Bluebird's the most canon looking here, which is pretty odd. I think the only inconsistency with Bluebird is that he has no red under his eyes, which, yeah, pretty odd. on May 11th, 2011, T-Mobile introduced something larger than ever, which was an Angry Birds Live segment, which was an actual Angry Birds game, which happened like somewhere in like the middle of a park or whatever. It's in a city for sure, like a popular one. Most likely New York or Chicago. But, yeah, Angry Birds Live was basically playing the game in real life. And it's pretty amazing. I think they just threw birds at random, though. Or it was, like, animated in a special way, because, you know, people did actually play the game, quote-unquote, which is pretty unique, because this would have been very expensive, first of all. Especially with the screen, with all the building blocks and birds that they had to make. You know, you just gotta wonder how expensive that was. It's actually one of the most amazing things a company has done for Angry Birds.
What the hell are you reading books for?
I clearly want to talk about how interesting the Iceberg is. Have you even seen it?
Don't forget to talk about Bluebird.
Come on, I don't want to talk about Bluebird, man.
How do you figure, boy?
Watch Conan O'Brien and I'll talk about it.
Alright, but after Leno, I'm all left out, you know.
You know, there's a lot of weird things with Angry Birds. Like, for example, did you know that there is a canon universe where...
Hi, my name is Bluebird.
Great material. We'll be right back. Sit perfectly still. Only I may dance.
Alright, so, as you saw from that short, it was a little joke, but still, this is no farther from the truth, because the entire Angry Birds studio and Conan had a weird relationship. It's pretty interesting. Now, of course, as I'll say, you're just seeing out of background. Pretty simple, yeah, I know. But of course, this is gonna lead up to a huge surprise. If you don't know, Conan O'Brien and Angry Birds have shared, expressions to each other without directly expressing it. First of all, the first thing is that, for example, Conan O'Brien made a life-sized Angry Birds game on his show. He also made you guessed it, he made, expressions towards Angry Birds 2 with a confused way. He also said that he, when he's older, when he's a grandfather, he said that, he'll talk to his grandsons about Angry Birds 2, or Angry Birds Rio and Angry Birds Seasons. And currently, today, the day before today, there was a huge problem with Blue Sky, which Blue Sky coincidentally shut down. Yeah, that's pretty odd, isn't it? But also, you know, all the Angry Birds games are delisted, so you only have to say it off of truth, you know? So the real main reason I wanted to talk about this was the Conan O'Brien bird, which, of course, as I said, excuse me if I'm not an idiot, but, Angry Birds made an exclusive plushie of Conan O'Brien. He was also nicknamed the Cocoa Bird, which, of course, is pretty funny. I think it was nicknamed by the community, even though it's just the Conan O'Brien bird. But what's even funnier is that this is in the form of Whitebird. Yeah, isn't that weird? Just pretty odd, to be honest. Alright, so next up is Angry Birds Bootlegs. Yay! If you don't know, Angry Birds has bootlegs. Bootlegs are usually when they rip off a brand to, hop onto a trend, which gets them more famous. You get what I mean? But there's more than that. Like, for example, my favorite. Let's talk about the merchandise. See, merchandising was like Angry Birds' #1 way of profit. Not even the games profited as much as this. Even though they're not. But of course there were plushies like this thing and that thing and that. But of course, what's even funnier is that they have bootleg games like the Angry Birds Famicom Edition. This thing, and yeah, there's a lot. Don't you forget something else, which is that, well, this exists in a mall. What the hell? Like, seriously, man, it's just disturbing. You kind of see this red bird, but it feels like the bones were just torn off of it. Just, like, surgically removed. Like, not even that, like, brutally removed. What would be even worse for that is, of course, his body, of course, looks definitely out of shape. Which, here's my theory about this. They removed Redbird's body to replace it with a mechanical version. A mechanical skeleton which stretches out his skin, making him feel pain every second. That, you get this, his organs are getting overheated, which causes problems with his own body. Feeling pain every single second. Do you understand that pain? Do you? He can't, because his body can't even move. It's immobilized. Only people have to put money up his wherever to actually, move. Which, of course, might be a harsher punishment than death. Of course, Redbird might be asking to be put out of his misery due to this. Because, dear God, what the hell is that thing? God, it's terrifying. Its skin is ruined, its organs, its skeleton. Hell, I don't even know how it will function. That must be a painful moment in Redbird's life. Tyler is a pretty interesting and mysterious character. He is also known as the Purple Bird, quote-unquote. Now, of course, I could explain maybe the history of it, but he did start off in the early concept art of Angry Birds. Of course, being one of the bird types, especially I think the one that you could edit your bird or something like that. But of course, there's a lot more than that. Tyler later appeared as a bootleg stuffed animal. But what makes it even more weird is, well, Tyler kind of has maybe appeared in traces of previous games. There's an unused sprite in Red's Mighty Feathers where it's purple bird feathers. Most likely from a type of chemical, or B, it's Tyler. Maybe Tyler was gonna be a new character introduced in Red's Mighty Feathers. And that would have been like the whole idea. It would make it unique. Later on, my guess is that they repurposed Tyler for Gale, which of course is the main antagonist of the Angry Birds Stella series, including the game, I guess. But also, yes, I said also, maybe Gale got repurposed for Zora. I think that's what her name is. but she's the main antagonist of the Angry Birds movie too. So that's a pretty interesting cut in Tyler. But who knows who Tyler is? Maybe he's just a mysterious identity made by Rovio to avoid it's too complicated to explain. Tyler is way beyond my comprehension. Which, of course, might sound weird, but it's true. Tyler might be one of the most obscure, but of course known Angry Birds characters of all time. Now, Earl is another mysterious persona. If you don't know, the bird, Earl, of course, it only appears in the title screen of Angry Birds, which is this gray bird. Of course, it isn't like it, because first of all, they both have different looks. Maybe Earl was going to be originally pale in the first version, but who knows? Who definitely knows? Next thing I gotta talk about is George. If you do not know who George is, it's the early version of Redbird. But I have a side theory. Maybe it's a distant relative of Redbird. Most likely, his mysterious ways might make sense, because, you know, he does appear in the same world as Red. It is canon with that. But as well, let me say something, George might even be a son of Red's. I don't know. Who knows who George is? Who knows? Okay, so I don't know the origin of this, but Angry Birds Israeli comedy. I don't even know why it's called that. To be pretty simple, maybe the language is Hebrew, but the background shows Russian text, and of course the main man, quote-unquote, is speaking English, but with an accent. I don't know. I don't know how to describe the accent, you know? But the whole story is the birds and the pigs agree, especially Red, one of the blues, Bomb, Chuck, and then the pigs like King Pig, Foreman Pig, two Commander Pigs. I don't know. It just makes me question, and I don't understand it. Oh boy, no, I don't understand this one, but of course, this one might be the most interesting, because Angry Birds Evolution had a promotion tournament in Angry Birds Friends. He also, Angry Birds Evolution was also promoted, I think, as a power-up in Angry Birds 2. So it's pretty interesting. Yeah. Alright, if you do not know what Red's Mighty Feathers is, it's an Angry Birds episode, which is pretty weird. So, first thing is that the gimmick is that you only have Red. Just only have him. And of course, the pigs would come at you instead of you know, at a still, I guess. But what makes it even funnier is that, well, yeah, this might be one of the most unique. Each part actually released differently. See, if you do not know, every Angry Birds game has usually 3 parts, I guess, most of the time. Especially Angry Birds 1, which has usually 3 sections per episode. Usually altering a difference in the game. And if you do not know, Red's Mighty Feathers was gonna get a part 3. Since, you know, this is the only, I guess, episode with 2 sections out of 3. Which, of course, what is part 3 then? Now, my guess is why they only made parts 1 and 2, and why they split it is due to time constraints, because, you know, this was a few, like, months before the original, they were kind of demanded to make an update based off of a unique gimmick. So, of course, you know, this seemed way too high quality for even them. So guess what? They had to make a part 3. Of course, there is more to that than just that. There were a lot of unused, like, items and objects and even images of what... I don't know how to explain it. But of course, in this game, in this part, originally there were underwater gimmicks. Plus there were, like, self-feathers, which... The only guess that I have for those is that maybe they could, like, regain your feather ability. But there's also purple feathers, which makes me question even more. Like, what are these purple feathers for? Could they be for a new bird? Could they be something like an upgrade for Red? Or could it even be something like, oh hey, you're at full capacity of feathers? You know? It just makes me wonder about that. It's pretty interesting. If somebody could uncover more research, like a lot more, and maybe even make mock-ups, that would be great. Alright, this one can be pretty simple to explain, but Leonard Mudbeard is the main villain of the Angry Birds movie franchise, I guess. Especially the first one. He's the main antagonist in the first one. And of course the idea is like, hey, I'm a pig. I'm cool, I guess. Here, let me just yoink your eggs and take them to my place to cook them for some reason, even though we have a lot of food. Alright, bye. And that's the whole thing. But Leonard Mudbeard is interesting because there's much more than that. Much, much more. For example, well, why in the sequel did they team up? Well, yeah, at the start. But during the sequel, Angry Birds 2 released a campaign. And this campaign's gonna be unique, I guess. Or it was unique, because it introduced Leonard himself. Which, of course, is the weirdest thing, because, you know, Leonard is the only character to be a pig on the bird side. Like, no other character in the Angry Birds series has done this. Except for Transformers, but, you know, we don't really talk about that game. But, yeah, this is pretty weird. Because, you know, Leonard is pretty unique, I guess, of a character. Because he's not called King Pig, he's actually less King Pig than ever. Which, of course, I'll explain later. But, Leonard also is pretty unique because he has a beard. Yeah. Now, my guess is that, you know, why he's king is because, well, the beard. I mean, no other pig has facial hair. Seriously. Except, like, this one guy, which is British. But, what I'm saying is that Leonard might have the most hair. Okay, this one made me question a lot when I typed it up here, but of course, when I searched up why are the birds so angry, it popped up with a video made by Google Chrome about Angry Birds. It's by the official Angry Birds, or Google Chrome account, I mean. And, like, the creators of Angry Birds at Rovio researched some topics, I guess. And, of course, about half of it was the pigs stole their eggs, 30% was genetics, I think, like, 5% was something else. Something about, like, what? I forgot. But definitely the weirdest one was 4%, which was daddy issues. Now, of course, this made me definitely question, because, you know, what is this? What are these quote-unquote daddy issues? And here's my guess. Believe me, this one is pretty obvious when you look deeper into it. Maybe it's talking about how, you know, the birds don't have any parents. Especially for Red. That's why he's always angry, man. Because, of course, he said that he was always an orphan. Yes, this is always true. And this is official. Like, official content. And it would make sense, because, first of all, you know, his parents abandoned him. This could also be the same for people like Bomb and who knows what else. Because Red really didn't have any hope for humanity. Like, no joke, at the beginning of the film, he didn't even care about anything. He literally just was depressed. Like, pissed off depressed, you know? Like, don't talk to me, I'm in my room, while crying under the pillows, like, depressed, alright? Swine flu is also a really dark one. Let me explain. If you do not know, the Angry Birds pigs were inspired by the 2009 swine flu, which was a pandemic for pigs, mostly because swine are pigs. And if you don't know, if you ate like pork, you would definitely get sick, like really sick. It's kind of like salmonella, except the cure for salmonella is cooking. There's also something called mad cow disease, which is similar to swine flu, where just a lot of tainted products, I guess I should say, you know, accidentally come out in the market, so you have to be safe for a little while. But maybe, and I mean maybe, the pigs are actually sick due to something else. Now, I don't know what it is. Maybe a virus, maybe something like a disease, or maybe even something else, which we don't even know about. But maybe the pigs actually do have swine flu. And of course, to prove this, of course, they have a lot of other types of food. But why do they only want eggs? Well, of course, to try them, right? No. See, in the original trailer, they were having a famine. But, like, later on, you can clearly see that King Pig has so much food that, you know, what even matters? But maybe the eggs are the cure. Why does King Pig want everyone to have eggs so badly? You get what I mean? Swine flu is pretty interesting theory right now, right? Because the eggs might be the cure for their sickness. And of course, why King Pig wants them first is because, ding ding ding, if you don't know, the president of the United States and a lot of other leaders usually take vaccines first to prove to their country that this vaccine, for example, is safe for them. It's actually pretty recent, by the way. It's shown to be pretty recent. Like, they have to do this for every vaccine, kind of. Which is just pretty interesting. So, maybe it's similar to that. You know? And yeah, that's what I want to say. Alright, this one's pretty obvious, but the differences on every single Angry Birds trilogy port, woo. This one's pretty amazing. Now, of course, this one can be pretty simple to explain. So, get ready. Of course, there was Angry Birds trilogy on stuff like the PS3, which, of course, was updated like 3 times. There was also stuff like Angry Birds trilogy on the Wii and Wii U, which of course the Wii is a much more worse port, or should I say less efficient port, with the Wii U port being much more high quality. There's also the 3DS port, which of course is completely different to any other port. There's also the, I think, Vita port, which is also completely different, most likely due to hardware limitations. And yeah, there's a lot more, but of course I don't want to explain them all. So you should just check them out, maybe play them all. Of course, mostly they could be, like, most of them can be different due to stuff like hardware limitations, and especially stuff like, you know, how much data is in there and how different is the control design. Especially Wii with the clever dragon pull feature, which, yeah, I really like. But there's also stuff like, you know, the Wii U's touchpad and the 3DS's touchpad. I think you call it a touchpad? Well, it's the dual screen, so yeah. And also the Vita's touchscreen. Like, seriously, how many touchscreen devices are there based off of gaming? God, there's a lot. Alright, so the next thing is zombie pigs. Ooh, scary. But it gets even more weird. See, zombie pigs were introduced as a gimmick for one of the first ever Halloween tournaments of Angry Birds Friends. See, the original gimmick was when you killed a pig, another pig would rise up. Which is actually pretty odd. Because, first of all, you know, we always thought the pigs were injured. But they actually might not be dead. So, here's my theory about it. Of course, zombie pigs don't make any sense right now to you all. Because, you know, they exist for no reason, I guess? You might be questioning. But no, they actually have a purpose. Originally starting in, of course, Angry Birds Friends, they would rise out of the ground, which, of course, might be a pretty obvious example of what's going on. These zombie pigs are coming out of hell. Yep. Now, of course, as we clearly saw, pigs don't get killed in this. Unless if they do. See, there is always a point in hell for pigs, I guess, in the Angry Birds series. I mean, hell might not exist in the Angry Birds universe, but who knows? Who clearly knows? Now, of course, I don't know what type of hell it is. I'm just gonna say, hey, most likely it's based off of the... What hell is it? What hell is it? Well, you guessed it, ding ding ding. It is Greek mythology hell. Yep. AKA the underworld or whatever you want to call it. See, why would green pigs go to hell? Of course, they steal, which of course breaks one of the commandments. Well, of course, in Christianity, which is thou shalt not steal, but I think this is also similar to Rome. Like, I don't know, but I think there's multiple types of hell, like, especially stuff like, you know, ancient Egypt, where your soul has to be pretty light to go up into heaven. I really don't understand. But of course, this would obviously make sense because, you know, pigs just don't disappear and rise out of the ground like that. Especially when Frankenstein. So, of course. And what's even weirder is that they're, like, stitched up and colored. So, of course, here's my obvious theory as well. Maybe they're failed experiments. Yep. We're going dark here. In one of the... If you don't remember, there was, of course, the one episode, I think it was like Shocking Lab or something. I forgot what it was called. But of course the pigs experiment with something. I think the zombie pigs appeared like a few months later. After that. Which is pretty unique. So maybe they could be failed experiments. And speaking about that, Angry Birds Seasons really didn't introduce the zombie pigs until, like, not Halloween. That's not it. It was, whatever it was called. But of course they're a common thing in the Halloween tournaments and many others, which is pretty nice to see them once again. As speaking about that, we got Jack's normal PFP, aka profile picture. I don't know why I included this. I think it was because of a joke. But, I'll just explain it anyway. Great. Alright, to simply explain, the profile picture I have was originally my first deal of branding. See, I want it to be different than any other YouTuber, which of course usually has maybe a simple, iconic brand or symbol. Some of the most common actually do have a symbol or their face or whatever. So, to be different, I thought, why don't I make my own logo, kind of, except it's just Bluebird, because, you know, one of my first ever videos was Bluebird, especially with the copyrighted song, which I can definitely get copyright claimed, great. But, to simply explain, yeah, I just hopped onto my Chromebook, I just, like, opened up, I forgot what program, I think it was MS Paint, but, like, an internet version, and then I poorly drawn a Bluebird, in this weird, terrible style. Now, of course, as you see, my, styles have really evolved from that, especially my art. I'm more of a hand-to-pen person than a computer mouse person. And, yeah. That's simply what I just wanted to say. But also, one more thing. I'm gonna replace it soon. Not soon, but when we reach 1K. Which, of course, is a challenging task since, you know, I'm a third of the way there. 3/10. I think I'm almost at 4/10 now, which pretty surprising that 400 people have subscribed to me. As speaking about that, maybe you should subscribe right now for watching this entire video. Like, seriously, you watched like 2 hours of this, And you're not gonna press the subscribe button, which lasts 1 second? I put a lot of effort into this. Please do subscribe, please! Alright, so finally I get to explain this. So, of course, the pigs randomly disappear. You know, it's a common trait in the Angry Birds games, as well as the Angry Birds themselves, which is quite interesting. But of course, in an episode of Angry Birds Slingshot Stories, I think it was like the series finale, or episode 8, I think. It's just a random guess, but, you know, there might be a pig heaven and hell. Yep. Pretty simple to explain, but yeah, when they die, they go into this blank space, which coincidentally is the Angry Birds Toons spin-off Piggy Tales, bro? Which makes me really question, like, what is this place? Is it just, like, hell or heaven or space or what is it exactly? But of course it could prove my theory. See, a lot of random things happen here, which might be heaven, especially when you could literally have anything you want in this. Like a seesaw, or it's kind of like a consequence versus, you know, like action gets a consequence deal, kind of. Because in one episode of Piggy Tales, there's a seesaw, there's another one about, like, what? What was it again? Oh yeah, a UFO. So a doctor. So I personally think this is heaven. But this could also connect our theory to, well, how the zombie pigs come out. See, of course, being stuck in a blank space where everything you wanted is great, right? Well, of course, as the fictional myth, as the story tells, you know, some people get tired of that and think it's a nightmare. Like, maybe a few months after. You know, it's like staying out of vacation. You know, like, hey, you get to stay there for longer, but the problem is that you're kind of stuck there. So you're bored and you don't know what to do. But of course, since so many pigs are ignorant, of course they don't understand this, and yeah. But of course the pigs which are the most intelligent enough come up from the ground, after others come from hell. Or after the others come from their own death, I guess. Yeah, that's just pretty simple. Alright. Now we're getting, like, Mario 2 levels in here. Now, of course, this might be weird, but it might make sense. You know? Especially what happens in this world. See, if you don't know, I don't know how to explain this, but of course the latest games are from the dream genre, which of course the genre is based off of an endless amount, and yeah. So here's my theory. Angry Birds was all just a dream. Yeah, pretty simple to explain. Right? Well, it gets a little more complicated. Like, of course, maybe this explains why the birds kind of change over the years. And, of course, grow actual limbs, which is pretty weird. But of course, let's say that, well, of course, everything is a dream because, well, have you seen Angry Birds Space? Have you seen Angry Birds Transformers? Have you seen Angry Birds Go? Have you seen whatever else, like, it could happen anywhere. Like, Angry Birds Go was mainly off of, who will win? Which is pretty weird because the pigs are kind of, like, against the birds. It wouldn't make sense. Or what about when they get captured and, go to Rio for Angry Birds Rio, and there's, like, these actual humans and monkeys for some reason. Yeah, the monkeys were a huge gimmick, but I don't care. New pigs, I guess, but monkey pig. There's also a little explanation of why the birds can have so many differences, kind of. Especially, mainly, if the show's based off of Red. Maybe Red starts having a nightmare, but then comes back around to, well, having a much more prouder life. And that's pretty simple to explain. But of course, then Angry Birds' dream happened. Now, of course, this might be the main way of what they're gonna do now. Of course, why did Angry Birds 2 look so beautiful, but, well, should I say it? Fantasy. Yep, fantasy. Of course, it gets even weirder if you acknowledge that, but also if you acknowledge how the dream games are endless. Because there are so many games which take this order, which my guess is that, well, the timeline starts off with Angry Birds, aka Angry Birds 1, then after that it goes with Angry Birds Seasons, then after that maybe Friends. I actually think Friends is before, even though, I think it's actually non-canon. Alright, then after that is Toons and Piggy Tales. After that is Slingshot Stories. After that is Angry Birds Go. Unless if I forgot Angry Birds Star Wars, which is not canon yet. I'll explain later, but yeah, there is a lot of timeline weird formalities, and that's why I think it's just all a dream. First of all, their latest games are just Angry Birds Journey and Angry Birds Dream Blast. Pretty weird, right? Alright, so Angry Birds speedrunning. Now, of course, this might be stupid, because first of all, Angry Birds is a puzzle game. But it's like speedrunning something like, Sonic, Mario. It's definitely an accomplishment. Especially with all the levels. Mainly, people choose the beginning, which is, of course, tutorial in Angry Birds Classic. But of course others are of course, the famous other episodes. But of course, almost all of the world records of classic Angry Birds are owned by Gotoutian in Japan, which, of course, sorry if I mispronounce your name, which I usually do. But, yeah, this guy's pretty amazing. But as speaking about that, of course, each speedrun is categorized by episodes instead of something like the entire game. Most likely because there's, a lot of episodes, and yeah. But the problem is that Angry Birds Classic has advertising. Some of it can be totally randomized as well, so it's kind of a game of RNG. which, of course, is just random moments in gaming where, something happens, but you don't know what time or, And yeah. But as speaking about that, of course, many people try to speedrun many of the games. Plus, actually, Angry Birds has its own speedrun.com website, which is pretty amazing. But yeah, it's just one of the most interesting things which I've ever seen out of the community. Alright, if you don't know, there were a lot of Angry Birds canceled games, which, yeah, pretty self-explanatory. There were just a lot of canceled games, so let me explain all of them, okay? Let's start off with Angry Birds Legends. If you don't know what Angry Birds Legends is, it is a game which had RPG gimmicks, disturbing humanoid creatures, which are mixes of birds and humans, and also cards, so yeah. There was also Angry Birds Ace Fighter, which, of course, self-explanatory as well. Yeah, it's just like a automatic bullet hell game, bullet hell shooter, kind of like Galaga or whatever. Alright, next up is Angry Birds Dice, which I think is similar to Mario Party, if I'm right. If I'm wrong, it's more like, Lottery Street, or I forgot what the game was called. It's some game where it had board game gimmicks, alright? Angry Birds Island is pretty simple. It is a freemium game where, of course, you build towns. Yeah, that's about it. Should I even talk about it? Because, that's just about it. Next up is Angry Birds Flash, which kind of makes sense because, first of all, how can they profit from it? Because you don't pay anything for this. But also, Flash was kind of weak. Okay? Alright. Next up is Angry Birds Tennis, which, of course, pretty self-explanatory. It's Angry Birds but tennis. Most likely optimized for, iOS or Android. But there's more to it. Like Angry Birds Holiday. If you do not know what Angry Birds Holiday is, it is a freemium game like, Angry Birds Islands, but with the modernized Angry Birds. The ones which appeared in the movie. Don't remember that there's even more, like Angry Birds VR, which, of course, yeah, VR. Just VR, which, pretty amazing, but yeah, they used Angry Birds Go models, and this was in, 2016. I think it was just a tech demo to show what they were doing, but hey, at least we got an Angry Birds VR game out of that. Alright, so other games existed, but they have never been, released to the public. Most of these were canceled sequels and proof of concepts. Especially games like Angry Birds Merge, which is based off of the Merge genre, and if you don't know what that is, it's simply connect two things together to make a more powerful thing, and then make that into another thing. And yeah, the game was pretty unique. It's different than any other Merge game, which I've seen. There is also something like a lot of sequels. Yeah, I'm actually shocked by this, bro. You don't know how shocked I am about this. So, first of all, let's start off with Angry Birds Go 2, which, of course, was based off of the movie era. Which, of course, yeah, featured pigs and birds. It's just Angry Birds Go, but I guess with more things. We really didn't get anything else except this screenshot. There's also this amazing picture of Bad Piggies 2, which is set in space. Most likely the proof of concept might be false, but hey, maybe the whole game was set in space. Maybe one world was set in space. It would be really shocking if they did make a sequel, because, you know, the original's pretty great. And I've said that before. There's also stuff like Angry Birds Epic 2, which I think was scrapped early on, like proof of concept deals, like even early drawings, not like full-on colored drawings. Yeah. Which makes me ashamed, because Rovio kind of betrayed themselves by making a simple match 3 game. Yeah, why Rovio? Why did you delist all your games? Cancel some of them just to make us match 3. Like, seriously, I bet these games would have gotten more profit than that. Even Angry Birds Merge could have gotten a lot of profit. I just question their choice. Because still, I mean, the Angry Birds game is still functional. Clearly, I downloaded it on like an iPhone X, and it still works like beauty. Maybe if they didn't update it anymore, I would be totally fine with that. Maybe small updates. But really large ones, which, you know, yeah, I don't mind if they do that. But seriously, I mean, why would you, like, remove most of your games to promote your newer ones? Even though the older games get more profit. Like, seriously, have you seen their scores? Okay, sorry if I spiraled, like, out of control, but what I'm saying is that there are a lot of canceled games. This all started way back in 2013, which, of course, as I would call the Angry Birds drought era. Which, of course, if you don't know, yeah, development really was slow. I think we only got in stuff like Angry Birds Go, Angry Birds Transformers, and Angry Birds Stella in that era. After that, we got an Angry Birds 2, and I guess Epic. Which, compared to the older games, is, you know, a lot less. Like, clearly, this era might be the weakest, which is sad because it has the best games. But as speaking about that, may I introduce you to something? Yeah, there is just a bunch of canceled games. Which is pretty surprising because, you know, all these were, like, sold for free or, like, $1. Which is a pretty great price to pay. But, like, seriously, what's their profit then? See, Angry Birds Epic Go, and, of course, my favorite... I'm kidding. Angry Birds Go, Epic, and Stella really didn't have anything to, you know, sell, kind of. Like, they didn't even have advertisements. I think the only advertisements you would get is in-game. And these were already set, like, for example, something like Angry Birds 2 would be advertised. And yeah. Next up is Angry Birds fanfiction. But seriously, it isn't about fanfiction, the literature of anything made by fans, you know? It's actually... actually, The Simpsons. Pretty amazing, huh? Yeah, I'm not even joking here. This is, like, pretty amazing. Because a lot of, Fox shows have referenced The Simpsons. Or, not The Simpsons, Angry Birds. A lot of shows have referenced it, a lot of media. So, without further ado, I'm gonna voice act it. And there might be, like, drawings made by me, I guess. Alright, let's start. New music, 3, 2, 1, let's go. I love you, Corporal Pig. Red heard the words emerge from his beak before he could stop them. His heart was shattered. Glass blocks under Blue's three-pronged assault. No, that wasn't. It was more that his world was suddenly spinning off in a new direction. A 180 that would make Boomerang Bird jealous. But Red knew the words were true. He longed to run non-existent wings over the cool firmness of Corporal's pig heart. And then, yeah, that's about it. But I can't read the final section, so if anybody can actually read it for me, that would be appreciated. Calling out all Angry Birds fans, please make a fan fiction about Redbird and Corporal Pig, please. I just want it. Alright, you ready? Okay, so yeah, that was about it. But of course, this is not even the last time Angry Birds has referenced, or has been referenced in Ding 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 The Simpsons. Not a close one. There's been 2 other references, including my favorite. Get this. It's a scene where Homer plays Furious Flyers, or I think it's like Avengeful Pigs, or I don't know. But, of course, they've made so many parodies that I don't know what is true. So, Rovio, can you officially tell me which one's the real one? Furious Flyers, Avengeful Pigs, or Angry Birds fanfiction? If so, thank you. There's also been some actual Angry Birds references in Family Guy. One of the most famous scenes, of course, is him falling onto a structure and literally trying to ruin a pig's life. That's just sad. But of course, by my analysis, Angry Birds is canon to Family Guy. Wow, such epic! Alright, 3 big pigs. This doesn't even make any sense. Well, until you look deeper into it. Now, of course, right now, you might be questioning. You should have questioned this actually earlier, but if you are questioning this now, is this satirical or is this serious? It's kind of a mix of both, but I'm gonna make it more serious now, so just a little warning. If you don't know, there is this YouTube animation called 3 Big Pigs, and of course, Angry Birds was a fictional source, and what makes it even more odd is, well, 3 Big Pigs is about, actually 3 countries, and they're like president, king, or governor, or whatever. You know, that's the whole plot. Yeah. Until good old America smashes stuff like Egypt down, and since this was in the time of the early 2010s, this would make a lot of sense. What even is weirder is that they used the 3 Little Pigs song from Walt Disney, you know, the one song. Yeah, that is one of the most odd things that I've ever seen. Man, it's just pretty weird. You know, because of course they make like an original composition at the end, but seriously, you didn't have to do that. But it's pretty interesting because, first of all, it's political commentary, similar to Angry Birds' Peace Treaty, but like with a more dark twist. where America wins at the end. It's just, wow. Alright, so the next thing is, Alright, to simply explain why this got canceled, I don't know, Miiverse got deleted due to poor moderation, because, you know, they really couldn't moderate anything. Like, seriously, there was some weird as hell things, and I don't even want to talk about them, that's how bad they were. But, one of the greatest features upon Miiverse is drawing. And, of course, Miiverse would categorize games. Yeah, for some reason they made communities off of games, and in different countries. Or just continents. Yeah, so, of course, this included Angry Birds. About 4 or 5 times, or 6. Pretty amazing, right? Well, yeah, people knew that this was a catastrophe. And, of course, we got some, really questionable images. But, of course, one talented man, which will be shown here, said the words, ah! Alright, so the next thing is Angry Birds stickers. Yeah, this is one of the laziest which I've talked about. Now, yes, of course there are actual physical Angry Birds stickers, but what I mean is the Apple Angry Birds stickers. Now, of course, only like 3 apps have this feature, which is Angry Birds Blast, Angry Birds Evolution, and Angry Birds Stickers, which is a separate iMessage app, which, of course, was supposed to send, well, GIFs and images of, well, a sticker, which if you could put on, like, stuff like post or automatically send them. It was pretty cool, actually, so, of course, let me simply say it, with the magic of me, of course, yeah, this didn't go well, and I think they, like, took this off. Though I think you can, I'm not sure, though. Since you can't re-download iMessage posts, alright? Pretty simple. Yeah, that's about it. Next up is Firebird. Ooh-ha! Of course, Firebird is not an official Angry Birds character yet. But of course, as seen by it, it is a fiery version of Red. Now, of course, this got shown off in the China unused version. Like, I mean, the Chinese version with, you know, the certain sprites and stuff. Which, yeah, pretty simple to explain, but yeah, it's just fire. And if you don't know, the fire, get this, might have been a unique character. I don't know when it originated, but, you know, that's about it. The end. Alright, next thing is, Sugar Blast is an exact copy of Angry Birds Blast. Now, of course, as seen by these 2 pieces of footage, you can kind of definitely see a similarity with these 2. Which is that they're both match 3 games where you tap the screen to pop bubbles. And, you know, I really didn't mind it at first, but, you know, if you literally reskin your games, you deserve all the controversy or all the backlash that it gets. Like, seriously, you shouldn't do this. If you don't want it Angry Birds Dream Blast, maybe make it a side option to make it like that. Because imagine playing the same game twice. It's pretty annoying, isn't it? Also, by the way, if you don't know, Sugar Blast has these unique, uninteresting characters, which, of course, are these little pill-shaped people and they're vibrant colors. Which is funny because most games of this era do that. So maybe they were trying to, research and try to do that, I guess. Alright, so this one is actually 100% true, because there is evidence on the actual Angry Birds account right now. But, I think it'll get removed soon, so maybe check it by, maybe the first week. Tell me, when it gets removed. Alright. So if you don't know blueberry inflation, it is something weird. See, body inflation is through arousal. And, of course, not to explain it a lot because I'll get demonetized by YouTube. It's basically the expansion of somebody or something. And, of course, throughout some of these examples with credit and permission, you get to see what this is like. Now, of course, I don't want this video to be age restricted, so they're gonna be pretty tame. But, of course, how about we go on to the post? This was made and retweeted in 2019 to 2020, which is pretty surprising. Because, Angry Birds was doing this little fan art deal where, of course, they would retweet any fan art, which is pretty cool. But the problem about that is that they accidentally retweeted something which may not be family friendly. Yeah, of course, as you can see here, I censored everything out so you don't even notice except the @Angry Birds. But yeah, Angry Birds retweeted this image, and of course, I don't have a problem with it. It should be a passion where anyone can draw anything. Of course, in their privacy, or if they just want to show it out to the world. But of course, I question this because Angry Birds retweeted it. Why? Because, do they even know about blueberry inflation? Because this is surprising. Even for Angry Birds to retweet it, which of course had this bias of being interested with kids, teens, and even adults. But it was always a family subject matter. And yeah. Alright, so if you don't know, Rovio has other games. Now yes, this one might be a really lazy thing to say, most likely because it's really off topic, but yeah. Angry Birds was not always their spotlight in hand. Even in the middle eras. It's pretty weird, actually. So, of course, how about I give you, every single, highlight of the many games that they made. It's more than 50, so I think it's equal to the Sonic series, 90. I don't know, but, starting in 2004, they made games. So, of course, I'm gonna just state their most popular, I guess. Let's start off with Darkest Fear. Totomi. Bounce Evolution. The Croods. Nibblers. Battle Bay. And of course, I forgot what it was called, but hopefully it sticks on forever. Oh yeah, Small Town Murders, Match 3. Alright, so yeah, that's about it, but there is others like Amazing Alex, which I forgot, which was a lot better than any of these games, to be honest, because it was original and fun and simplistic, everything which matches iOS definition. It is not like another Match 3 game or anything like that. What makes it clever is all of the things which make it clever. But what's weird is that there has been a trend. Have you seen the other games ever again? No. Most likely because they've been discontinued. Which, kind of sucks because, you don't have to pay a fine, I think, for, you to upload, like, what I mean, like, a yearly fine, you don't have to pay them that. Which is weird because there's stuff like Hatch which still have Angry Birds Go Turbo. Which, of course, is just an advanced version of Angry Birds Go, but, this makes me feel really different in a spot. Especially a special place in my heart. Which is that Rovio really doesn't care. If it stops making money for them, they remove it. They don't have servers or anything. These games are mostly offline. Which would be a great profit. Because, first of all, imagine paying a $2 game. That would be worth it. Or $3. I don't care. But the problem about this greedy tactic is, well, we never get to see these again. And somehow it's our fault, even though it should be the company's fault. Which honestly sucks. Of course, I did want to talk about, like how their third-party games should be played while they still exist. Except Small Town Murders. I mean, no one likes that. It's basically, that one Facebook game? Like, I remember one of my family members playing it, like, all the time, but it was, like, this crime scene investigation deal. It was simply that. Which kind of is lazy. Also, it makes me laugh because it's, like, Rovio, like, was this family-friendly deal, and then it's, like, murder! And, that makes me laugh. But, of course, I want to talk about, like, how the other games are definitely not good most of the time. Of course, yeah, their main focus is on Angry Birds. But they're losing focus of that for even better games. Which is pretty weird. It's kind of like a reverse psychosis. But seriously, if you don't know, Angry Birds really is their main profit, and yeah, it definitely shows. Stocks, how many games they had up with their duration, and yeah, that's about it. Both of these games are definitely similar in mechanics, but when I looked further into it, like gameplay-wise, I think that only the game is similar. Like, not the extra content Angry Birds Match 3 has. Like, for example, Hatchlings. Like, Fruit Nibblers is just a A to B puzzle game. And that's about it. But Match 3 is just a selection of levels. It's A to B. And yeah, that's where I found out my similarities. Especially when it's a Match 3 game and, like, almost all the power-ups are the same. Which is kind of funny. Of course, let me say it. Let me do say it. Angry Birds is kind of, has some questionable controversy. Of course, because most likely the movie designs, but also, this is like one of the first games they started being lazy at. Angry Birds 2 was like a lot better than this, but of course, they really didn't do anything, which, pretty great. Yep. Alright, so the next thing is Angry Birds Time, which is an exclusive Chinese game on the App Store, which of course introduces new levels and, old levels. I clearly want this game to actually be in the US App Store because, You know, these games are really hardly worked on, and it makes me ashamed of Rovio. Because clearly the Chinese ports are beating themselves right now, actually. Like, seriously, they really could profit if, you know, they just rebranded this game, which would be honestly pretty clever. Because, you know, like, it's a Angry Birds game which we've been waiting for years. The game's a little too expansive, so why not improve it? And of course, finally, let me say it, why not make a new game based off of a new gimmick? Now, of course, time traveling is pretty weird. Especially in Angry Birds, but they've already been to space, so what's the next largest step? Race cars, Transformers, and then time travel. Which is pretty weird, but okay. But 2020, I think, was the release year of this game. And, you know, it's just pretty unique. If somebody has an APK, don't upload that directly. Or do upload that directly, I don't know. Alright, so Angry Birds is set in the future. This might sound ridiculous, but there's multiple pieces of evidence. How about we introduce this with... yes. Of course, the entire game of Angry Birds is based off of buildings, and yeah. But to also explain, how about we look at Angry Birds tunes? With the most amount of settings in Angry Birds related product. Well, yeah. But excluding Rio and Star Wars, of course it gets shown that, well, only pigs and birds exist, which is pretty odd. Because, you know, just there's no humans, which makes it even more odd. Of course, nobody might have explored this, but there is no, like, restrictions to this, which would not make any sense. But what happens if I told you they were always there? See, if you don't know about, stuff like, the Pig City, or New Pork City, or whatever you'd like to call it, it's basically built off of old material. Which, of course, it's built on and off of old material. Which is pretty weird to say, but... Of course, if you've seen the buildings, they're a little, weird. But have you also seen stuff like the trash pit shown in the episode where King Pig doesn't become a king anymore? But also, one of the most obvious pieces of evidence is, well, Epic and Go. Because there are multiple pieces of land which clearly stuff like Stunt has like skeletons and stuff. Like, no joke, have you even seen most of the robotics? It's mostly reused stuff, which, yeah, it's pretty amazing. There's also most likely one of the weirdest settings, which is a literal place made out of candy. But little did you know it was always just a dream, so go with your own interpretation, I guess. But yeah, it's just surprising to see that, well, it's kind of more of a dystopia to humans. Kind of like a warning call. Actually, how about we get back at that for the next layer or the layer after? Alright, this one might be a little confusing for some of you which have not been introduced to it. But of course, yeah, this is really weird. But if you don't know, the Angry Birds movie is very weird. Now, of course, Noggin from Loxton and Noggin, has given a great example of this, but I'm just gonna generalize it. See, Redbird is a right wing, while the Village is left wing. Because, of course, Redbird gets mad at a gluten-free cake in, like, one of the parts, which, of course, guess what gluten-free relates to? Usually the left wing, which is pretty amazing. I think he becomes, like, he converts everyone to right wing after, like, the end of the story, after, showing the problems of being left-winged. Which, of course, is a huge problem, but you know what? I'm just gonna give a generalization. It's basically forcing you to turn into right wing. I'm not saying that, but Lockston and Noggin, the channel, has a great summary of what it is. So wherever it is, the link, the info card, you can find it there. Which, of course, is my favorite part about this. Because, it's quite interesting as a channel. Because they make, like, theories about a lot of better things instead of, like, game theory. Let me propose a new theory. It's called the multiverse theory. Now, of course, this is only aimed at new and old Angry Birds fans, but the timeline really doesn't make any sense, because first of all, we have stuff like Angry Birds Star Wars, Angry Birds Dream Blast, Angry Birds, yada yada. So let me introduce you to the multiverse theory. So we start off with the movie, which of course causes a split into Dream Blast and Journey. Which of course is interesting because, yeah. But, of course, if we choose side B, this would equal, or side A, this would evolve into Angry Birds Movie 2. Which is pretty odd because, let me say it, this spans to Angry Birds 2 with Zeta and Leonard. Pretty weird, huh? Well, of course, this can also span out to Angry Birds Classic, which happens a few years later, most likely. And of course, King Pig's the new king. Yeah, pretty weird, huh? But if you don't know, Angry Birds Classic, yeah, pretty simple, like I said. Just has a consistent timeline, only lasting one. Angry Birds Seasons, but then we go to Angry Birds Space, or Rio, I mean, which causes a split where, of course, it continues on to Rio, or Rio 2, which, of course, it gets updated to Rio 2, which could have caused Rio 3. But, of course, I want to talk about the other side, which is, BAM! Angry Birds Space. Now, of course, this is one of the hugest splits in history. In Angry Birds history. Most likely why these splits keep happening is due to a certain event happening. Like an exact event. Like Brass Hogs. See, Brass Hogs is in like two universes, kind of. Especially when the level is set in another universe. Which causes this whole multiverse theory to expand. Which is that Brass Hogs is more advanced than, any average Angry Birds Space level, which is pretty weird because, like, how did King Pig even get this technology in the first place? How did Iceberg appear? How did literally everything happen? So my guess is, well, there's two sides. If you do beat Brass Hogs, that means A, you go back home, or B, you stay here, which is pretty odd, because, first of all, there is no eggs in Angry Birds Star Wars. Huh? That's quite interesting. So, how about we talk about Angry Birds Star Wars, which is the B-side of Angry Birds Space. Now, of course, this causes technology to evolve, I guess, and the pigs have more futuristic technology, while the Angry Birds have older, or the Jedi, or whatever you want to call it, the birds, yeah, whatever. But of course, if we choose A plot still, this would equal back to Bam, Bam, and Bam. Angry Birds freaking go. And Tunes, maybe, I don't know. I think Tunes is before Go. I forgot. But see, of course this makes sense for the final episode of Angry Birds Tunes, which is literally based off of a stuffed animal of a Big Bird. Yes, I'm not even joking. Which would make sense to the timeline if we continued, because Big Bird, or the older version of him, appears in Ding Ding Ding, Angry Birds movie. Yeah, pretty simple, but of course let me continue on with saying that, well, Angry Birds Go doesn't really have anything splitting. Angry Birds Epic, though, is really splitting, even if they're just events. First of all, Angry Birds is canon to Sonic. Let me say that. But it's also canon to Puzzles and Dragons and whatever. Most likely because of the split of the Sonic universe and the Angry Birds universe mixing up with these. Which is pretty odd because, you know, of course we got a split in the timeline already by Sonic Adventure, I think? Or Sonic Shadow the Hedgehog. Which is pretty weird, but of course the real split is 06, I think. Which causes, like, these many things coming on, and, you know, it's just insane. Puzzles and Dragons really doesn't make sense, though, because, you know, it's an endless game, and, you know, it really doesn't have a story. Or so you may think. Because, of course, there is the story option, which got introduced, like, around that point. And, yeah. Let me just say it, it's pretty cool. And if anybody has a Bluebird character, can you trade with me? Because I would love to have a Bluebird. I would shout you out personally. And maybe give you money, not money, because I think that breaks rules, but I will shout you out and trade you for some really rare things. From the game. So, yeah. I hope you like that summarization. But of course there's more. Let's not even introduce Angry Birds Stella, because that splits the universe even more. Now you might be saying, Jack, this is a prequel, but Stella has appeared since the movie and Angry Birds Classic, so, what's your point, really? Of course, this could make sense if we summarize Angry Birds Stella to be split, because, you know, all these characters never appear again. Seriously. None of them, except, like, I think in the Angry Birds movie, which could make sense, but, you know, I don't understand it, because, of course, there's a lot of ancient things, and, you know, it's just pretty serious, you know? Of course, how about we continue on with saying Angry Birds Evolution splits up, Angry Birds movie even more, yada yada yada, I'm tired. But of course, I think the final split is with the Duolingo bird, which of course happens to be canon but not. Okay? Now, what I'm simply saying is that, of course, if a certain action happens, it can change the entire universe, causing a multiverse of actions. For example, if I put down a water bottle, that could change the entire universe by atom structure, but, like, seriously, you can be very wide at this. So what I'm saying is that, well, the universe splits up depending on an action. Alright, so pig cult. Now this one may be interesting because I have a question mark on it. Because I don't know if there truly is a pig cult. But of course this doesn't involve people like King Pig, with the whole religion. No. It involves a few certain people, not including King Pig, about an actual pig cult. Well, yeah, it may seem interesting, but of course Chef Pig might be one of the most blatant examples of this. Definitely being against King Pig's ideas, but also definitely against everyone else. Yeah. Of course, most likely they are not different, but Chef Pig just is greedy. But of course there's also people like this smart pig right here. He's old and, he appears in Epic and not Epic. It's called something surprising. It's called Toons. Yeah. He appears a lot in that show. But also there's characters like Peggy Nickel, which surprisingly also appeared in Toons and Epic. Which, of course, would be definitely a member because, he talks with the birds. And in Epic, the pigs, both of these pigs are really generous, though. So, he really doesn't want to, they really don't want to steal the eggs. But, of course, what's interesting is that once in Peggy Nickel's life, I guess, in the entire episode, he talks with Chef Pig. Pretty amazing, huh? Yeah, it's pretty interesting, but to simply say, the cult is really small right now. And I would really like to see someone expand on this theory. Of course, this may sound like a lot of other people, which of course retaliate a certain idea with making a new idea, which is literally about most of history. Isn't that surprising? So yeah, I hope we could expand Pig Cult, see how many more residents are in this, and of course, okay, this one's weird, but of course Red has caused a dystopian future. Now, of course, what I mean is the, complicated future of Angry Birds, which is mainly the problem of Red destroying everything. Of course, he has caused a long war with no wins so far. First of all, the pigs win at first, and then the birds beat him up. It's that and that. And it doesn't seem that there is an end, because they've been doing this for 10 years straight. Causing a war of long pain, and of course, even a worse civilization. For people who are just surrounding, which honestly sucks. Imagine if your town or something was destroyed. If you were just living there, but your dictator is terrible. You know who else was probably did the same thing? I'm kidding, but what I'm saying is that basically Red has kind of caused a Hiroshima. Which, excuse me, may I say it? Red is pretty interesting. Yeah. Let me say it. Of course, the whole entire idea was an obvious look. And it's pretty interesting. Most likely one of the most interesting plots that the entire thing has been seen. Because Red keeps destroying the town and killing pigs, and you know what's surprising? Hell, I think he's destroyed millions by this point. Now, if there's like 4 pigs per level, and like each level, like for example, the first one only has 1, but usually there's like 4 to 5 pigs, or it's like 1 to 5, and since Angry Birds has like a lot of levels, yeah, he must have killed millions at this point. Especially when the sequel usually has more than 1 pig. You know, it's just pretty surprising on how much dystopia he's caused. Even his relative, Red. Yeah. His father is named Red, and he's named Red. It's really weird. But, like I said, Red gets killed. I'm kidding, but seriously, Red did the same thing years ago, and there's still a long war. It's surprising. Oh, I'm getting tired, but you know what I'm gonna say? Red has caused so much destruction that he might have caused a dystopia for the pigs, and a dystopia to the birds. Alright, this one is one of the scariest which I have found. His name is Pig Chungus. I don't know how to say it, but technically you shouldn't search this. It's one of the scariest things that Angry Birds Twitter has uploaded. It's definitely one of the scariest things that I've ever seen in my life. The whole entire idea is that I'm just gonna show you this silhouette made by a friend which accidentally died because of Pig Chungus. And, you know, I just can't. I cannot explain how scary this is. You should just not research this, okay? I'm not gonna even show a photo of him except the silhouette. Alright? Alright. Alright, this one might be surprising, but Terrence's criminal record. If you do not know, Terrence has a criminal record in the first movie. It is shown by, of course, the anger management class scene with Red, Bomb, Chuck, Matilda, and Terrence. And when Matilda, you know, reads his record, she is scarred on what he did. And that's by reading it, not by, you know, actually seeing it. So this must be extremely serious and extremely surprising, even for a character like this. Oh yeah, and then he like gets married at the end. I'm not even joking about that. He actually gets married at the end to Matilda. I'm surprised too. But also, does this mean that, well, his crimes are serious? Because people theorize that maybe it was homicide, maybe it was something like arson. No, I bet it's something worse. Like something which even the movie can't show. Most likely, due to the first game, it's surprising because he has literally caused many crimes, including for one of his final episodes. I think this is Terrence, but this is one of the final episodes of Angry Birds Toons, if you don't remember. There was a serious crime scene, and, you know, that is scarring. Who knows what he did? Maybe he committed murder. Maybe he did something even more shocking. It's just gonna have time to tell, because we don't know what's going on, since, you know, yeah. Alright, if you don't know, yeah, Angry Birds and Duolingo had a crossover, if you don't remember. So, basically, Red was gonna be on the Duolingo app communicating to you, like, actually threatening you, while the other, Duolingo, appeared in Angry Birds 2 as a power-up. But if you don't remember as well, there was once a meme where the Duolingo bird will murder you in your, sleep or something if you don't, take your lessons. Especially ones relating to the Spanish lessons. And if you don't know that, Duolingo is an app where you can learn any language you want. Basically, it's simple, and yeah, it's just, hey, learn simple languages so you can travel around. Which is actually pretty cool because they, make it like a game, and, I think that's pretty fun. But what I'm saying here is that, yep, Duolingo and Red are murderers. Because in one of the advertisements, of course, this one's surprising, this man at the bar, yes, he's actually at a bar in an Angry Birds X Duolingo advertisement, which, pretty weird, but okay. He declines his lessons. So, of course, Duolingo gets depressed because he's in the corner, but Red, the talented man he is saying, you know what to do. So guess what he fucking does? He literally tries to murder him. Yeah, so, excuse me for my French, but what the hell? Why? Why? Literally, why? Duolingo, you don't have to go down this path. It's all Red's fault. So, yeah, they, murder some people, and the man says, alright, I'll do it. While being brutally beaten. Which, yeah. That is a pretty surprising turn. What makes it even weirder is that the advertisement shows the birds in, modern form. While in the actual apps, they were just in, original form. Which is pretty weird, but yeah. Thankfully, Duolingo is dead now, and, well, I don't mean the app, I think it's, gaining more than ever. But, yeah. That's about it. Okay, this one might be really complicated because I don't even know most of it. See, the mighty eagle is one of the creatures based off of the mighty creatures or mighty characters. If you do not know what the mighty characters are, they're a type of range where, of course, your character is not too bad. It's one of the most powerful things that you could ever do. And the mighty eagle has no exception. He kills all the pigs. But of course, yeah, they had to weaken him down multiple times. Especially in Epic, where he appears once again and is pretty great, actually. He doesn't add a lot to the story, but it's kind of like a wisdom deal, because he's older than the birds. And of course, this also gets shown as a lot of other mighty creatures. He turned into Space Eagle, I guess. But as speaking about that, there is the mighty eagle idea, I guess. First of all, when he was introduced to the movie franchise, which was the first one, people looked at him as a legend, keeping the island safe. Little did you know they were wrong, because it's the mighty eagle. He let himself go, I guess. He's voiced by Peter Dinklage now, and I got rickrolled the same moment, so that was great. Also, mighty eagle piss. As speaking about that, he had an even larger role in 2, which, of course, introduces the eagle species. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. So, eagles are not only just a type of bird. They're their own separate species in Angry Birds. Much more like a human compared to a titan, like deal, like the show Attack on Titan, I guess. You know, because they're obviously more powerful and obviously, get this, are more giant. So it's kind of like that deal. And of course, Mighty Eagle kind of left his girlfriend? Yeah, I don't clearly understand this plot, but hey, whatever goes, goes, you know? Because I thought that was a great addition to, like, mix things up. And yeah, it makes it perfectly fine. I mean, like, now we have an intention instead of like, hey, we're gonna steal your eggs, okay, bye. And, you know, it's just very interesting. Also, the movie was made by Thurop, so, I mean, it would make sense why it's good. So, I would recommend you to watch the second movie more than the first one, surprisingly. And, of course, if you don't know, every time I'm saying Mighty Eagle, the Mighty Eagle voice clip happens. Which just makes it great, because the Mighty Eagle is such a powerful character. And I really do love Mighty Eagle. I'm gonna say I love Mighty Eagle, because Mighty Eagle is the greatest eagle which ever existed. Next thing is Red is the chosen one. This might be a little confusing until you actually discover that Red is the main character in Angry Birds. Yeah, pretty simple to say, but if you do not know, Redbird is, well, pretty complicated. First of all, yes, he does have the most progression in the games, and even in the shows, and even in the movie. First of all, every time it starts with him being depressed and stuff. But, like, a huge problem about it is, you get this. Red has committed terrible crimes. I'm not even joking. If you do not know, well, yeah, he hasn't committed crimes, but, you know, crimes of, well, like, imagine, for example, you had to, like, commit a robbery to save the entire world. Yeah, that's like the deal that I'm saying. But seriously, Red has committed very great things to say. Red's Mighty Feathers does prove him to be the chosen one because, you know, he's the most advanced. Because he gains a lot of power. But there's a lot more. For example, how Red literally is the chosen one in Angry Birds Epic. Seriously. I think it gets shown like halfway through the story, but seriously, like the Mighty Eagle tells him that he's the chosen one or some shit, I forgot. But seriously, Red is amazing. And you know what? I'm gonna say it. Red is amazing. You know, because it's just pretty surprising. Angry Birds Toons shows him as like a really very chosen character, even if he doesn't appear in every single episode. You know? But there's a lot more to that. Red is, well, just amazing. Like, he has developed through the most of this. Even if he is the protagonist still, it's just amazing on how he's changed and, like, changed to an even more better person. Like, I think he evolved every single time, which pretty amazing, right? But also, fun fact, there's, like, a lot of weird things about Redbird. Like, no joke, maybe why King Pig wants to steal the eggs is maybe for a reason. See, they have a lot of food, which, of course, why would they only dine on 3 eggs? Which, Literally, I can't even get full on 2 eggs, neither 3, so, yeah. But also, why would they, literally fucking do that if, they had children? And they know that they have children since Silver was literally shown to be born, hatched out of an egg. Pigs literally saw it. So why would they do this? The main idea here is, get this, the eggs are supposed to be something spiritual, to literally stop everything. See, the pigs might be trying to stop something amazing, or something very surprising. That's why the pigs stop the eggs, because the birds are getting more powerful each time. Or maybe it causes something larger. Something which I cannot even explain to start off with. And maybe Red tries to help the world. Seriously. Maybe he's trying to start saving the world. Or maybe he's trying to stop it. Who knows? This is a huge problem going on in Angry Birds. It's like very weird, And it's pretty amazing. But of course, what makes it surprising is that Angry Birds is very different. And I'm surprised by that. And I love it. Which makes it surprising because, you guessed it, Sonic, I'm kidding, Red is just an amazing character to start off with. Maybe he's evolving by the power of the eggs. Or something else. I just don't know, but maybe it's seriously helping everyone. Maybe the pigs, so there's a whole idea about Avatar, the show. Avatar's about, this character named Aang, and he's trying to, neutralize everything. But the Fire Nation wants to, collect a second of Sozin's Comet. Or, if you don't know what Sozin's Comet is, it's basically how the Fire Nation gotten more powerful. And, of course, including that, after, there's a second one. And, of course, Aang has until the summer solstice to, stop literally the Fire Nation from collecting this comet, or else they'll become unstoppable and impossible to beat. So maybe this is very similar. Maybe if the pigs eat the eggs, they get much more powerful. Or something like that. Or what about, but the birds have to, protect the eggs for this reason. Until maybe they hatch. Which is pretty surprising because, the Angry Birds movie introduced Bluebird. Of course, one of my favorite characters in the entire series. But, of course, this means that maybe, of course, each variation is more powerful than each other. Because, of course, the Bluebirds are much more illusional, or illusionists, I should say. And, of course, causing this will, of course, divert the pigs' minds, not knowing where they are and whatever. Tricking them, especially. And what makes it even more surprising is that King Pig honestly just wants to be friends with the birds. Yeah. Surprise, isn't it? It gets shown in Man's Best Friend, I think it's called that. But, it's where Bluebird, becomes King Pig's pet, which honestly makes me respectful of him. Like, no joke, he doesn't want to be disrespectful. He just wants to be friends with him. The main problem here is Chef Pig. Yeah, this is getting more crazy every second. But Chef Pig, like I said, wants to stop this neutrality. And he honestly wants to cause a whole difference where, you guessed it, he gets even more and more powerful. And, of course, these eggs might be the main reason. Of course, endless power with endless influence, with endless whatever, can cause him to become the most desirable thing in the universe. Like, he can become the best. And it's surprising, you know? So I hope the thing can work. Because, you know, it's getting interesting every second. And seriously, Angry Birds Toons should have had like one more season. Like, they could have really expanded on the topic. Who cares about Piggy Tales? Who cares about, you know, literally every single Sonic game? Or Angry Birds game, I mean. It's honestly amazing to see it. Because, you know, it's Angry Birds. And, you know, it's pretty surprising. And I love it because of that. Angry Birds Toons could have really expanded it. It was getting really good after Season 3. And Season 2 was, like, the best still, though. But Season 4 could have been, like, one of the greatest things that you ever seen. Which would make me really surprised. I really love Angry Birds Toons, you know? I'm gonna actually watch it. Seriously, I'm gonna watch it. But what makes it amazing is that Angry Birds has really changed over the years. And, you know, fourth season of Angry Birds Toons would really change that. It could even show the Red is the Chosen One thing, and how, like, you know, sorry if this is getting very fucking complicated, but seriously, Red is the Chosen One. No matter what, he has changed the entire world. And it just makes it pretty amazing. I honestly love Angry Birds because of that. There is so much of a complicated history between the pigs and the birds. Who knows why they went to war? Who knows why everything exists? It's very lovely. And, you know, it's very amazing. I just love it. I would definitely like a game just to explain the lore. I would definitely love some backstory. It would just be lovely to see that. You know? It's just pretty great. Alright, so seriously, what is the timeline of Angry Birds? Like, I'm not even joking. Many people have been confused on this topic, and you know what? I'm gonna make a consistent timeline. So how about we start off with this most simplistic one, which is Angry Birds Movie 1 and 2. Since the Bluebirds are just like newborns, but there's even more complications with that. Because we actually start off with not even that. We start off with the prequels, which is Angry Birds Journey and Angry Birds, well, Dream Blast. Which, of course, yeah, nobody likes. But still, I mean, this is their very young form. Of course, the next thing is with the Angry Birds Netflix show, which, yeah. I think there was also a Dream Blast TV show, which is before the Netflix show. And then after that, we finally reach the Angry Birds movie. And, of course, this introduces Bluebird, or the Blues. Which, of course, span into their spin-off Angry Birds Blues. Which, of course, there's also more, like, Piggy Tales 2, I think, or Piggy Tales, I think it's Piggy Tales Season 3 and 4. But if you don't know, of course, yeah, it's pretty complicated. Piggy Tales Season 4 and 3, or whatever, I think Season 4 is actually the real sequel, or, like, the first movie appearance of the pigs. With this, we also have the Angry Birds Ding 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 Evolution, Angry Birds, whatever else. And this is still when they're War at the Pigs. So, you know. Like, what's even more? So, I know that Angry Birds Evolution exists, but there's also, like, Angry Birds, whatever, and there's just a lot more. Like, seriously, a lot fucking more. Which I cannot explain to you. Of course, there's the good and bad guys side, of course, but, like, clearly there's a lot more to this, and, you know, I don't even understand that. I think the next game is Angry Birds 2. Seriously. Now, of course, this introduces I think it's, like, Angry Birds Stella, I think? Or, like, the first 5 episodes of Angry Birds Classic. I forgot, but after that is Angry Birds Stella, which, yeah, Stella leaves, or, like, it's happening during the process of the first 5 episodes, I think. And it gets even more complicated. Because after that, we get introduced to a lot of new things in Angry Birds Classic. Which, of course, Angry Birds Seasons happens in the middle of it. Yep, I'm not joking. There's a lot fucking more. Which, yep, I'm not joking. There is a lot more. For example, like, not this, not that, but, like, after that we go literally into Rio, which, yeah, like I said, happens to be a multiverse theory, where Rio happens in 2 different dimensions, or 2 different universes, which makes it great. But there's even more, like, my favorite, Angry Birds Space, which, of course, like I said, splits into Star Wars and, of course, the average, and, of course, Star Wars 2, I think? Which is pretty weird, because it starts off with Star Wars and then goes into Star Wars 2, which is, like I said, pretty weird, because I think I repeated that, but, you know, it's because Star Wars 1 through 3 happened before Star Wars 4 through 6, but, you know, I guess this can count as a prequel, like the first one being before the second. Of course, this causes an endless loop, I guess, because, you know, Star Wars 2 never really ended. And yeah. Oh, don't you forget, after going in Brass Hogs, you finally land into you're back here, which happens to be the Toons era, which, of course, is Angry Birds Toons, and Slingshot Stories, and yeah. But before we go into that, we got, like, Angry Birds Go, which, of course, I'm kidding. But Angry Birds, well, obviously, Angry Birds Epic is one of the first ones, because... But no, it's Angry Birds 2. See, of course, even though Leonard Mudbeard and Silver gets shown, it's still technically Angry Birds 2. Seriously. Like, it's very interesting. Even if you want to complain to me, I don't even know what to say. But pretty amazing. Like, I love it. And you know what? I'm gonna say it. The timeline after 2 comes into, if I'm right, literally every other game, which I might have forgotten a lot, so that causes a lot of problems. But after that, Epic is kind of like the finale of the war. Because, well, yeah, the pigs and the birds go to war. Pretty obvious. Oh, damn it, I forgot to add 2 behind. Or 2 Angry Birds movie 2 after. Who knows, maybe it could actually happen after. Like. But Epic finally ends off with a note where King Pig or Prince Pig finally joins the bird side to literally destroy Chef Pig. After destroying Chef Pig, one of the most amazing things happen. Yeah, they all team up. I'm not even joking. Angry Birds Go is the post-sequel to this. And Angry Birds Transformers is in an alternate universe. Definitely, because, yeah. But who knows, there might be even more to this. Maybe after the end of the war, maybe they just live in peace forever. Who knows? Because, of course, Angry Birds is still expanding, but of course, what makes it even better is it's Angry Birds. And I love it because of that. Of course, Toons is also going on with this whole Toons era, and, the Angry Birds movie 2 might not be the finale, but, of course, let me say it. May I introduce you to the Redbird timeline conspiracy? Which is a stupid idea, but, let me say it. Redbird is just amazing. And you know what? I'm gonna be honest here. Redbird has caused a complicated history. He's just amazing, It's surprising. I honestly fucking love Redbird. But maybe after the war, he has learned to accept and stop his anger after all, which causes a full-on repeat, which causes him to, devolve into Dream Blast and Journey, and yada yada yada. So it's on an endless loop right now, where Redbird is not angry anymore. He is actually pretty happy, which causes him to, de-age, causing Dream Blast again. So right now it's going on an endless loop, but if Rovio adds one more game, this will break the loop, which will make it much better. Of course, let me say it, there are a lot more games maybe causing more greater things. I don't know, maybe Angry Birds Epic was truly the finale, after all, because, they go in separate dimensions, which is Puzzles and Dragons, which is an endless game, and Sonic Dash, which is an endless game. So, of course, there's no way of breaking this endless continuum. But seriously, it's surprising. It gets even more amazing, may I say. One of the greatest things, which is, I don't even know what this timeline is about. Of course, let me show you the final picture of the timeline. Which, of course, thankfully, is my fan-made timeline. I am not sure what others think about the timelines. But, you know, Angry Birds is a game which will never end. And, you know, that just makes it happy for me. It just makes it proud. I seriously fucking love Angry Birds. And no joke, it makes it even much more lovely when you know that Angry Birds has a very fucking interesting deal. Not even by just that. It will keep on going forever, you know? Unless if Rovio shuts down, which most likely they won't. But, of course, what makes it great is just Sonic, or Red. Literally, everyone has acknowledged that the Angry Birds series kind of is going on a weird path. And, you know, we don't even care what the timeline is about. And that's what makes it amazing about Angry Birds. Alright, so what is the future of Angry Birds? Yeah. We've literally crossed over this whole iceberg, but what is the future of the entire franchise? Now, if you don't know, there's this one infamous thing going on which happened once. May I say it? Angry Birds in the past really made Rovio successful, but right now, Angry Birds is not getting famous. But, you know, I'm actually expecting more. Originally, I was gonna say Angry Birds is kind of like going down the simplistic way. You know, like how the Sonic games work. Not by remaking, but making much more simplistic games. And just making movies and marketing, it's just going down that way. And, you know, I like it. I sincerely like it, because I really love the Angry Birds movie. But, of course, if Angry Birds listening to this, I seriously love your games. And, you know, I honestly hope that your company never shuts down. Please don't ever shut down. Like, to support, like, you should definitely support them in this hard time. Angry Birds Journey might be one of the best games on the App Store so far. Even if it's literally fucking a simplistic version of the original game, they're literally going on the right path. And if you didn't look at it, the CEO is planning a lot of, like, the new CEO just got shown off, because first of all, we had like 2 or like 3 CEOs, and it's pretty amazing. There are 3 CEOs which have lasted through Rovio, and of course the second one kind of ruined all that, you know? But the third CEO, I have hope for. Seriously, I honestly have hope for. I'm not even joking. I honestly have hope for Red. I have hope for Bluebird. I have hope for everybody. And you know, I honestly want more Angry Birds games. I honestly want this to be the next Mario. I want this to be the next, literally, Pac-Man. I want this to be the next anything which improves the entire game. Like, it seriously makes me happy that Angry Birds is true. Like, I love Angry Birds, and it looks like there's a pleasant output. Since there has been a rise of Angry Birds again. Since, we're going through this renaissance, or not the renaissance, but kind of like a nostalgic view. Similar to like how 2017 had like that whole cool, it's the 90s deal. But like now it's for like stuff like in the late 2000s. And it doesn't look like that's gonna end pretty soon. And you know what? I honestly hope it doesn't end pretty soon. I love Angry Birds, and a lot of other people love Angry Birds. We all like Angry Birds. I actually support everything about Rovio so far now. Like, no joke, I don't care if they get experimental with other games. I don't care if they change other games. It's honestly fucking amazing. And you know what? I'll just hug Angry Birds. And, I just hope. I honestly HOUPE that the entire series does not fail. I love this series. I have been attached to it since the very beginning. Like, seriously, if you've seen it, I've been playing this game since the first half year it came out. And you know what? I'm gonna say it. Angry Birds has been a pleasant experience through these around 12 years. And you know what? I'm actually pretty proud of that. I'm pretty proud to say that. I don't care if they change. I'll stick to them forever. Like, I've seen its downfall. I've seen its rise. I've seen everything about it. And you know what? It's been an amazing experience. It's been quite an interesting one because we've seen a rise, a fall, and maybe a rise again in the entire series. And I love it because of that. It'll be an interesting topic. It'll literally be an important topic in video game history. It's been popular since the 2000s, but many controversial moves have been made. But it's really changed throughout the years. And you know what? I love it. That's the only thing I get to say. I love it. And, well, Sonic does get old. You get what I mean? But, like, seriously, Bluebird will always be my PFP for a reason. Bluebird will always help me throughout these years. Which is very weird to say because Angry Birds have been calming me down since, like, forever. And you know what? I honestly hope that never changes. Angry Birds has been an experience for everybody and even me. Since that first moment I got in that stuffed animal from Bluebird, I've had hope in my life. Bluebird has made me stick on through life. Because believe me, it's been pretty harsh. Clearly, I've been through a terrible life. And you know what? I'm pretty happy that it's changing. For the better. Which is funny because, Bluebird has really not, made me go insane, made me snap. Seriously, he's my comfort area. And you know what? I'm gonna say it. I'd like to thank Angry Birds because of that. They've literally saved my life. I'm happy. I'm I wouldn't be the person I would be today if it weren't for Angry Birds. If I didn't search Angry Birds playthroughs left and right, I wouldn't do all this stuff that I could. Like, no joke, maybe I wouldn't even be fascinated to stuff like animation and, like, video games. And thank you so fucking much, Rovio. I honestly can't. Like, it makes me very happy that, well, I get to stare at a mirror of the past. And, you know, even though there have been only, like, a few Angry Birds games, which I really like, it's been a pleasure working with you, Rovio, or playing the game, Rovio. Like, I love you, Rovio. I hope, honestly, nothing changed. Like, I hope you return back to your previous state. Like, I don't care if it's, like, stuff like Angry Birds Journey. It's just amazing how you do this. I love you, Rovio. I hope nothing ever changes. I will sincerely be on your side forever. You know, the future might be distant, but it might be short as well. And you know what? I'm gonna stick around to see every single moment of Angry Birds. Alright? Well, that's about it for the entire Iceberg. And you know what? I can't believe this is the final topic, but thank you so fucking much, Rovio, for making Angry Birds. Thank you for allowing me to make this Iceberg. Thank you for even giving me the topic of Angry Birds. Thank you for letting me play your games. It's been such an amazing experience. Thank you so much.
Yes! We're finally at the end! I'm just really happy, okay? You know, it's just been a long time, and finally, I get to do this. I'm happy. I'm honestly happy. Please, thank God. Yes! Yeah!
Bluebird? That wasn't even the finale. You know, I didn't want to tell you this, but I just have to now. See, this iceberg is not large enough for what I want.
Wait, what?
See, it's really complicated. The iceberg, yes, goes down by a lot, and I really do appreciate that, Bluebird. And, of course, the fans might not ask for this, but, you know, this was overcomplicated with many... Get this, Bluebird, get this. Facts and obscure media, which I could not supply in just one. You know? So, I just hope you understand. I'm sorry. You know? I hope that doesn't let you down, because it's already been 4 hours. 4 hours of me just talking in this video. Alright? Like, yes, we do technically exist in the video, I guess, but, you know, just don't take things too seriously. Like, it's already been a long enough video for a video which I've made. I didn't want it to be this long. I was expecting it to be an hour or 2 at least. But hey, the longer the better, am I right?
You've got to be kidding me. Jack? You know what? No! I've worked so hard on this that I'm not backing down. You know, if you don't know, YouTubers don't even do this. They make like 10-minute pop videos with barely minimal editing by somebody that they pay for. God, you know how annoying that is? Like, you should put actual blood into your work. And you know what? I'm literally not gonna make a part 2 to this. No way, in no possible way, am I gonna make a fucking part 2. God damn it, Jack. Why do you have to do everything which is wrong? You know what? No. I'm tired. And you know what? The only exit out, you've caused me a terrible fucking life. You know what? I'm going... I just can't. You know how complicated you are? You know how fucking hard you are to live with? It's embarrassing. You know what? See you later. Like, no joke. I'm tired of all the BS you have given me. One of your first videos was me. And you know what? I'm tired of that. Well, goodbye, buddy.
Bluebird, no!
Goodbye, Jack.
No! I can't believe it. I just can't. Bluebird, finally did it. After all that, why did I even become friends with him? This is great. I like Bluebird do it. Bluebird do it. Alright, so we're finally at the end. Thank God. Now, of course I'm planning a part 2 in the future, but of course that won't happen, like, in the next month. I mean, dude, I already have a lot already, so if you want to help me make the second part of the Iceberg, sure. But, of course, it's all out of space. And second of all, I tried to make this video to a bare minimum. Which, surprise, it's 4 hours long, so what did you expect? Yeah, that's crazy. I don't know when to record this. But, how about we continue on? So, it took me, like, 2 months to make this. First of all, it started in January, so first layer, second, like, all 8 layers were done in the first month. I think, like, all the other layers were done recorded, like, in early March. And then you got me editing, which took forever, so, thank you so much. Now, I don't know when I'm planning, like, anything, but This is one of my larger projects, and I clearly like the feel of it. Technically, yes, it may take longer for release dates now, but, thank you. And speaking about that, you should thank these guys as well. These people on Twitter.com. Sadly, my old account is suspended, so, I don't know. I might upload the photo somewhere online. I don't know where exactly, but, this Angry Birds Iceberg has been hell to make. Well, the video. And the iceberg. I mean, that took 2 days, but the video took months, so, that's kind of surprising. Now, of course, these guys did give me knowledge of the Angry Birds franchise. Of course, I was kind of a rookie to the entire Angry Birds fandom. Of course, I was a professional at classic Angry Birds. And to see me fall down is okay. I mean, I could get back up to Pro Elite. And you know what? These guys truly did help me. I mean, they kind of helped construct the iceberg itself, Like, without them, I would have been out of ideas and, never have made this video. Who knows? Who knows what this could do for me in the future? But even in past and future, and even present, I'd like to thank these guys. These people were amazing. And you know what? It's been 4 hours of content, which I tried to push as fast as I could. But still put a lot of effort into it. So, you clearly have to thank these guys. I mean, they gave me all the knowledge possible to actually, do stuff. But there's a lot more than that. First of all, let me say it, and let me do say it. I'd like to thank the entire Angry Birds fandom as well. Just, it's surprising over there what they do. And you know what? It makes me happy. From stuff like Alex Bird to stuff like whatever, like zebrafish or I don't even know. But I clearly like to thank them because, they are very passionate and very, brave for what they did. I mean, they, rummaged around the data of the Angry Birds game and found so much unused content. It's just amazing what we can do. And clearly, without the entire fandom, this could have fallen really hard. Especially the Angry Birds games. I mean, yeah. The Angry Birds games still don't profit as much. And still their stock is falling. But between you, me, and the fans, this is honestly amazing. Clearly, the Angry Birds fandom is great. And, I hope they still strive, even years after their expired date. Which usually, as I would say, an expired... for example, I've been in the worst fandoms ever. And the best fandoms. But no matter what, this will always stick to my heart. And stick to my mind as a fandom. This is what a fandom should be. So many amazing people. Clearly. And I do mean it. Clearly, you all are amazing. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for doing all this stuff. And as speaking about that, thank you for watching the video. Holy crap, I can't believe you did it, man. Like, I don't care if you broke it into little parts like I did for every single long video on YouTube. But I'd clearly like to thank you. I mean, what you did is an accomplishment. You might have watched the longest Iceberg video you have so far. And if you've watched longer, well, pat yourself on the back, dude. I mean, this is 4 hours long. That's pretty amazing. And, of course, patting yourself on the back is pretty amazing. First of all, you gave me, like, 1/1000th of the way to monetization. Which, excuse me, is pretty shocking. Thank you. But also, I'd like to thank you for another thing. Thank you for supporting me. Like, clearly, you should like and subscribe for sure. Because, first of all, if you do that, I'll still do this stuff. Which, thank you. Now, of course, I'm sorry if I went a little overboard at the end, but clearly the Angry Birds, just Angry Birds in general, is really clinging onto my heart. Which is where it should be. It should always be in my heart. As well as you, the fan of the Angry Birds, and also the viewer of this video. I mean, it's pretty amazing because, I'm gonna cut it short here, but it's just amazing. Alright? Thank you all for watching this video. You all are amazing. And as we took a deep exploration to the iceberg, it's just, thank you. There are a couple Angry Birds icebergs out there, especially most of them in Spanish, and by about a week ago, there is a fully English one with a lot different content. And, I'm gonna make a part 2 to this someday. But right now, I'm pretty busy with other projects, especially with Pronin Month and a lot more. So, thank you all. And I'd like to say it. Goodbye. Please like and subscribe for more content. I love you all.